He won it 2 years ago when it was a weight for age conditions race. He then had to defy a big weight when winning it as a handicap 12 months ago. Again, it is a handicap now, but is he good enough once again to take on some of the better middle distance horses as he bids for that three-peat? And then the big one itself, over 2,000 metres, the sixth running of the Bahrain International Trophy. All that coming up for you in the next 4 hours or so. Let's see the horses who will not be appearing this evening. These are the non-runners. There are no changes to race 1, the World Arabian Horse Organisation Cup over the 1,200 metres. In race 2, the reserves do not get in here. Scratch the 19 Hurra and scratch the 20 Fahada. 19 and 20, the two reserves, scratch out of race number 2. Race number 3, horse number 8, Meta Horse, is scratched. That's race 3, scratch the 8, Meta Horse. There are no changes to race number 4. And there are 3 changes to race number 5, the Gulf Air Cup. Scratch the main body of the field, the 5 Gazelle. Scratch the main body, the 5 Gazelle. Also scratch the also eligibles, the reserves 20 Kazami and 21 Night Lantern. The 20 and 21 do not get in, but there is a reserve that draws in. That is horse number 19, and that is Al Kameira, and that will be ridden by Marcelian Kol Markaj. And that will come out of stall number 8. It gets allocated the stall that would have been occupied by the non-runner from the main body, Gazelle. So 5 from the main body, 20 and 21 from the also eligibles don't get in race 5. Races 6, 7 and 8 are clear.
Stalls in place then for our opening race, which is the World Arabian Horse Organisation Cup. 4-year-olds and up. 6 furlongs is the distance here, 1,200 metres. Number 1 is Musanan, 1811. Ibrahim Nada running for Abdullah Kuwaiti. Al Hamdani, 1746. Mohammed Jamil, Yusuf Aboanian. Crucian, 1793. Marcialis Horace for Adel Abdullah. Al Hamdani, 1810. Hassan Al Safar for Yusuf Tahir. Al Saklawi, 1807. Ali Isa and Yusuf Aboanian. Kahalan Al Adiyat. Raheem Jassim for Yusuf Tahir, and Tuwaisan 1844, Adnan Jafar for Yusuf Aboanian again. 4-year-olds and upwards then for this World Arabian Horse Organisation Cup. We're going to take a look at these horses in the paddock. And we'll start with number 1, Musanan, a 7-year-old, Megan Nichols alongside.
Yeah, he won this race last year. He's pretty striking and looks to be on good form walking around the paddock. He's on his toes, and wouldn't be a surprise to see him go well fresh once again.
Here is Al Hamdani, a regular in this, 9 years old now.
Yeah, he hasn't won for a couple of years, but he certainly does know how to win. He's been off the track a little while, but he looks to be stripped pretty fit.
So we've had a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old. We've now got an 8-year-old, Crucian, number 3. Marciales Horace riding this one for Adel Abdullah. Last time we saw this horse was back in March, and he didn't run terribly well.
No, he didn't. It's been 2 years since he won. He looks great. 2 handlers for him to try and keep him calm, but that is working. He's probably the biggest in the field.
And number 4 is Al Hamdani 1810, not to be confused with Al Hamdani 1746. A nice poser there for Mark.
Yeah, he's a bit of a stockier type. He's been placed in 8 of 9 runs last season, so he's certainly consistent.
5 is next, Al Saklawi. Ali Isa taking the ride on this horse, who's been off the track for a little while.
He has, but he's another who looks pretty fit in the paddock. He's on his toes, got the visor on. He's pretty consistent horse.
Number 6 is next. 6 is Kohalan Al Adiyat, and 7 is Tuwaisan Adnan Jafar for Yusuf Aboanian.
Yeah, he's very consistent. He was actually behind another of these last time, Kuhilian Al Adiyat, who we haven't yet seen, but he's got to reverse that form.
And horse 6, who you were mentioning, Meg, Kahalan Al Adiyat, has gone straight to post in the victorious silks for Raheem Jassim and Yusuf Tahir. So we can have a look at him. He was a winner on his penultimate start when Lee Newman rode him, and then most recently upped in class, finished a respectable 5th behind Beyon. He's cantering to post. He's the last one you'll see. You've seen all 7 for the World Arabian Horse Organisation Cup. And the remaining runners will head out onto the course very shortly. All right then, stage set for our opening race. Low-key start to what promises to be a fantastic afternoon building into the evening. Post time here officially is 3:40. We're a couple of minutes away from that, and runners trotting down to post gently. There is Krushan in front of Musanan. Musanan, the reigning champion here. And we're bringing you every conceivable angle from every conceivable vantage point here at the Bahrain Turf Club today. That's the camera from the starting gate. 6 furlongs here. Quite a short run into the bend, Megan.
Yeah, it is. So getting a nice handy position, I think, is going to be pretty important. I actually quite like our youngest contender here, Nick, Kuhilian Al Adiyat, who I just think he's improved with racing. It's maybe taken him a little while for the penny to drop, but each run he seemed to just get better, and he had a pretty successful campaign last year, and I wonder if he's just the sort of younger contender that could well overtake his elders now.
Let's have a look at him. As you say, he's 5. He's significantly younger than the others. Arabian racehorses tend to start a little later than thoroughbreds. Their juvenile season is their 3-year-old season. Ghaylan Al Adiyat runs in the victorious colours. You'll see those in most every race here. And very successful year for them in Europe as well, with the Group 1 winning sprinter Bradsell and Isle of Jura, who went on from winning the 3 big races here in Bahrain to take the Hardwick Stakes at Royal Ascot.
I mean, you know, it couldn't have worked out better, really. It just shows how successful and how much the racing is improving here over in Bahrain.
They're at post, 3 minutes post time, 3 minutes.
Turn out to have Royal Ascot winners is pretty special. But this runner for Victorious Racing, as you're saying, we didn't see him in the paddock. He went down early, but he looked relaxed when he was cantering down, and he looks like a bit of a monster. He's a lot bigger than the rest of the field, and for a younger horse, could be plenty more to come.
So there we are. Confident shout then for Ghaylan Al Adiyat, number 6 here in this opening race. 7 going to post for the World Arabian Horse Organisation Cup. Glorious afternoon here in Bahrain. Temperature around 24 Celsius, 25. Perfect.
It is perfect. We're very lucky, aren't we? It's a perfect start to the evening. Not too windy either. It's just a nice, gentle breeze, and it sets us in perfect conditions ahead of the big race later on tonight.
All right, well, it won't be too much longer now until the runners head into the starting gate for this opening race. Yes, a reminder that Musanan was the winner of this race last year, as we said at the beginning of the programme, talking of defending champions. Richard Fahi's Spirit Dancer bidding to become the first back-to-back winner of the Bahrain International Trophy. Just building nicely. A little bit of atmosphere. You tend to find on race days such as this, people start to filter in as the afternoon and evening progresses. And we'll be off and underway very shortly for our first. Final thoughts, Megan?
Well, I think it's between our young contender and probably last year's winner, Musanan, who goes very well fresh, and he's been kept exactly that to try and retain his crown. Must say, Nick, the track is in exceptional condition. You know, the ground looks absolutely beautiful out there, and you know, they've done a great job of maintaining and keeping it in top order for this evening.
There you can see the floodlight in the background. Really looking forward to seeing how the track looks lit up later. But as the afternoon gently winds into the evening, we'll head up to Mark for the first of our races today.
Thanks, Nick. So, as you mentioned, it's quite a short run to the first.
Guys, any progress on this
the outer track? This is the only sprint today to be run on the round course. The others will be run on the straight course as the first of the runners now begin to move into line. Into stall 5 goes Al Hamdani 1746. 2 Al Hamdani horses in this race, therefore they are differentiated by their affix number. Al Hamdani 1746 into stall 5, Al Hamdani 1810 with Hassan Al Safa has gone into stall number 3. Here is Al Saklawi and Ali Isa going in, and that leaves just one more to go forward. The exciting 5-year-old Ghaylan Al Adiyat completes their hat-trick of wins here last season before trying in Group 1 company. That's it, they're in the gate and they're off. Racing over 1,200 metres in the World Arabian Horse Organisation Cup. They got away to quite a level break. It was a bright beginning on the outside for Ghaylan Al Adiyat, and he's the one who will move on and get the early lead. The grey Al Saklawi is holding the rail position, racing in a close second. Around the outside, Al Hamdani 1746 goes into the turn wide, but in a share of third with Krushan towards the inside rail. A breakdown of a length and a half back to Al Hamdani 1810, who's very keen, and he's racing on heels. Around his outside, last year's winner is Musanan, and the back marker and blowing the turn is Tuesan. They're making the turn in less than 500 to go, and Kahalen Al Adiyat has the lead. He moves on now by a length and a tail. Pushed along Al Saklawi in second place. Krushan is being ridden along, now making late gain to the inside. Al Hamdani 1810 down the wide outside. Tuesan is also staying on, racing inside the final 300, and it's Kuhalen Al Adiyat who now opens up a break of 4 lengths over the field to the inside. Al Saklawi, now Musanan is staying on with Tuesan towards the outside, but it is Kuhalen Al Adiyat who still has the lead with another 50 metres to go. Kuhalen Al Adiyat back to his best, and he wins again. Kuhalen Al Adiyat wins for Ramin Jazm. He was very tight for second between Musanan and on the outside Tuesan, and they pulled a little clear of Al Saklawi.
Kuhalen Al Adiyat has held on here, having at one stage looked as though he was going to win by half the length of the stretch. He's clung on grimly from last year's winner Musanan with that awkward trademark head carriage, but in fairness, propelling forward rather than sideways.
Kuhalen Al Adiyat
is Tuesan.
You
nailed the exactor, I think, Meg. Kuhalen Al Adiyat looked different class, was different class.
Yeah, he bounced out the stalls nice and sharp, and Maidel never headed, to be honest with you, Nick. It was a nice performance and everything just went smoothly. He just looked more straightforward than last year's winner, who eventually was runner-up, Musanan, who, as you said, has a little bit of an awkward head carriage. But this young pretender, he's certainly climbing through the ranks in this sort of sphere, and yeah, he's got plenty of natural ability.
There he is then, the first winner on Bahrain International Trophy Night. The World Arabian Horse Organisation Cup goes to Kuhalen Al Adiyat, owned by Victorious, bred by the Al Ruda stud, trained by Yusuf Tahir and ridden by Rahim Jassim, and was quite content just to slingshot round the bend and drive on for home up this long straight.
Yeah, he got into a nice rhythm on the front end, and look, he was drawn fairly wide, but quick out the stalls, got a handy posse, and it was just easy. He was in his comfort zone. You can see in comparison, he's got everyone else asking a few questions at this point, but he quickens away from the field well. I think if he'd have got company, he would have picked up again, and he's done it nicely in the end.
Yeah, has done it very tidily, and you normally feel that with these Arabian horses, you're not going to get a really sharp turn of foot. You're not going to get any instant quickening from off the back. You see why the jockey committed from home and just killed the race effectively. Yeah,
just keep the revs up and keep the momentum going. As you say, he didn't really show a massive burst of speed, but he had a high cruising speed and he maintained that throughout. The others weren't ever able to match him. A couple of closes. You can see that awkward head carriage from our runner-up, Musanan, who's in the blue cap grey horse there. He did close and he does go well fresh. Couldn't quite retain his title, but a young pretender managed to get it off him.
But the victory goes to Kuhalen Al Adiyat. First number 6, second number 1, third number 7. 6, 1, 7, the 1, 2, 3 in the opening race.
Well, let's have a word with our winning jockey then. Abdurrahim, what kind of feel did he give you today? You've not ridden the horse in the past, but he gave you a nice spin.
Yes, actually, I knew I was on the better horse going to the race. He's a big, good-looking Arab. He's done nothing wrong. I've been watching his races since last season, and I always wanted to ride him. And thankfully, I got the opportunity today, and he made it very easy. I just had to go to the front and take my time and just steer him to the wire.
And nice to kick off a big day here with a win. You're having a good start to the season at your third victory.
Yes, I'm very grateful. I've been getting support of Yusuf and all the trainers I've been working for, Sheikh Abdullah, Sheikh Khalid, and I'm very thankful for them.
Well, congratulations with this victory. Well done.
الجميل بس تطلع من فين؟ من ورا بس تنزل على الشارع اللي ورا دي، ورا الحواجز. من ورا الحواجز بس في شارع هنا. يسار. في واحد اسمه هناك.
All right. Can you hear me on there? Hello. I'm not faded up, am I? No. I'm just checking. I'm not sure I trust them.
presentation for our first race on this big day, and we welcome up Yusuf Bougie, Chief Executive Officer of the Rashid Equestrian and Horse Racing Club, to present the trophy for this World Arabian Horse Organisation Cup. Congratulations to Kahalen Al Aliat, 1894, trained by Yusuf Taha, ridden by Abdurrahim Jassim in the colours of Victorious Racing. The winner of our opening race, Kahalen Al Aliat, 1894.
Runners in the paddock then for our second race this afternoon. Due off at 4:10 local time. This is the Lexus Cup, run on the outer track over 1,600 metres. And there is number one, Aswan. Megan alongside me.
I think this mare's got a massive chance here, Nick. She was only narrowly beaten on her return. Takes a drop down in trip, which doesn't concern me at all. She's a maiden, but I think she's about ready to win.
All right, this is Dahis, Hussein Maki and Osama Hashim. Been a long, long way when last we saw him, but he's had the pause to refresh.
Yeah, I worry if this trip is a little bit sharp. He's run well over the 2,000 metres, so 1,600 might just catch him out. He's a little bit warm and sweaty in the prelims.
Number 3 is Campolina Abdullah Faisal and Jaffa Radhi.
Well, she made a fairly solid return behind Aswan last time. Her most recent wins have come over much further, but she's relaxed in that red hood for now.
All right, let's take a look at the next one. And that'll be number 6, Braveheart. Lee Newman taking the ride for Alan Smith. Powerful trainer-jockey combination here.
Yeah, he ran very well on his handicap debut, but was a little bit inconsistent last year. Looks great, got that fluffy noseband on just to keep his head down and concentrating. He's fresh and well in the paddock.
Tell you what, he looks very fit.
He does look fit. He's gleaming in his coat, he's strip fit, and he's marching on round.
Ready to go. He's got a big horse. Not quite so big a filly for Kriya. Number 7, Andrew Breslin for Ali Abdul Majid.
Yeah, she is much smaller, isn't she? She was well beaten on return on her handicap for the first time. Although she's small, she's quite burly, so she might be fitter this time.
9 is next, Ariaf, Hassan Al-Safar, Samir Dawood. Grey mare.
She's quite flashy, but she's going to have to step it up on the racecourse. This is her seasonal debut. Maybe an extra season on her back will have done her the world of good.
10's next, Talca.
Another mare, her best run came last year over the 2,000 metres. She was well beaten on her return, but another who's likely to be fitter this time.
And there is 11, looks well in his coat. Leo.
He does look well. He's one of the paddock standouts, I'd have said. This is his handicap debut. He's ran okay and shown promise on all 3 starts to date.
All right. Working through them then, sheepskin cheap pieces. This is Assas.
Yeah, another who runs in a handicap for the first time. This is also his return to the track for the first time this season. He's on his toes, a little bit fresh.
And doesn't normally wear cheap pieces, applied today. Wonder if that'll bring about a bit of improvement. 13 is next, Carolina Reaper.
She's quite quick. She's best probably at the 5 furlongs. She does step down in trip, however, today having ran over further again. She was beaten 8 lengths on her return.
All right. $18 is the next one we can have a look at. Filly by Dutch Connection. This is Signora.
Handicap debut for her as well. She's one of the younger fillies in the field. She's certainly raring to go, on her toes, looking well. She didn't beat a rival on her return, but again, I think she looks like she'll have been a bit fitter for that run.
Big field then for our second race. The Lexus Cup is worth $14,000 to the winner, and it's for horses bred here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And the jockeys will be out very shortly. Indeed, here they come for our second race. One or two of these involved in the big race. Sheen Orr's got a ride here on Lyra. Takes the ride on Spirit Dancer later on. All right, let's head out and catch up with Ali. Ali, who you got?
Thanks very much, Nick. Yes, I'm joined by Mohammed Ibrahim. And Mohammed, you've got 3 runners in this race, all in the colours for Sheikh Abdullah. Aswan would be by far the leading chance. How has she been since that run just a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I think that's one going to be the good chance in this race. She finished second in the first meeting after her first time out of the season. Hopefully, we're looking for a good race from Aswan. She's carrying the top weight. This is what we are worried about only.
It's a competitive race, plenty of runners. How do you see it being run?
It's a competitive handicap race, yeah, for all the owners and trainers. So hopefully, we are looking forward for this race.
I have to ask you about Goman in the big race. Nice to be part of it.
Always is nice to be part, as I mentioned before. We believe in this horse much in home. The owners and my dad, they believe in this horse. So hopefully he can run big in this day.
And that's the bell for the jockeys to mount, and you're going to be putting up Ibrahim Nada on board horse number 14, and Ibrahim Nada is going to be riding Goman in the big race, and it's an historical moment because he's going to be the first Bahraini jockey to ride in the international trophy.
I think it's very nice to have a full Bahraini team in the international Bahrain International Trophy Cup. It means a lot. Very thankful for Mr. Khalid to give Ibrahim Nada this big chance in his career, I think.
Well, look, good luck in this race, and hopefully we'll be talking to you later with Goman.
Thank you, I hope so. Thank you.
All the best to the Goman team for later. Having a look at Braveheart's connections there. Braveheart, trained by Alan Smith. Lee Newman in the pink and blue colours. The white and red there of Monaco. Alejandro Brun taking the ride on the stable second string. Visored once again today, but the visor didn't really bring about the desired effect on the last two starts last year for Monaco. So the powerful Alan Smith stable, multiply represented as you'd expect in this second race, the Lexus Cup. So we've seen quite a few of them, Megan. Did you have any crystallised thoughts on this race, and can you knock out the exacta like you managed in the opener?
Well, I'll try. I do really like the chances of Aswan, who I think looks exceptionally well here in the paddock, and she drops down in trip. She was only beaten narrowly on her return to the track this year, and the fact that she's got that run under her belt, that could be an advantage against a couple of others who haven't run yet this season. So I think she's got a really good chance. One that we haven't seen yet that I'm keeping my eye on, who's literally just walked into the paddock now, is number 5, Taj Mahal, for Fauzi Nas and PJ McDonald over this season in Bahrain. He's had a good start to his season. He's on board here, and I think Taj Mahal has got a pretty good chance. Is well drawn here.
There is Taj Mahal on your screen now. PJ McDonald, it's a fresh start for his career. He's quite excited about the opportunities that Bahrain presents, and then be looking to get going again in Britain come April. Picked up quite a few spare rides for Andrew Balding in England last year.
Yeah, he certainly finished the season on a high. He obviously had a few changes, but it's great that he's come over to Bahrain for the winter, and it's, as I say, been a successful start, and he could well be on the winners list this evening. Taj Mahal certainly has a good chance. He was only narrowly behind Aswan on his return, but I just thought he's lightly raced, and I don't mind his draw in 9.
There is Aswan. Raheem Jassim looking for a double. Haider Ibrahim very well represented in this race. Happy with what you see there?
Absolutely, yeah, that's going to be my exacta. We'll try again. Aswan and Taj Mahal both looking great, and yeah, very happy with both my selections.
So Megan likes 1 to beat 5 here. 1 over 5 in the Lexus Cup. Our second race due off at 4:10. Thank you very much. Rehydrate or dehydrate? Just moments to go then before the gates will be loaded for our second race here. Due off at 4:10, the Lexus Cup. Runners starting to load. Aswan number 1 and Taj Mahal number 5. Megan, were the two horses that you liked the look of best. I thought Braveheart looked very fit. Has stall 16 to overcome, however.
Yeah, and stalls are going to be playing a big part in our big race in the international later on, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this race.
Yeah.
I sort of get the impression I'd want to be drawn round the middle just to give yourself a chance. I don't think you want to be stuck on the rail.
No, with a huge field, and also they've got a decent amount of time. The 1600 start, they've got quite a long run to the bend, so they've got time to sort themselves out. But still, I'm not sure you want to be parked in 16 or 17.
No, and that can obviously end up having an effect on the tactics. Taj Mahal is, for me, drawn about perfectly. He's in stall number 9, just before that break to the second set of stalls, and as I say, PJ McDonald's in the saddle, and I think he'll be very aware that he's got a good stall to make advantage of. He's going to probably jump out, be positive, and try and get a nice handy position.
All right. In shot there, the white and red halved colours with the quite easy to spot blinkers. That's Monaco, Alejandro Brun. Didn't look wildly enthusiastic when last we saw him. I'm not sure he looks wildly enthusiastic today either. Talca at the top of shot, black and white colours. And the navy and yellow at the back is Mustadim, who needs to find some form. Big field, huge field for this Lexus Cup as dusk falls here at the Bahrain Turf Club. Lovely new development just here behind us, behind our position, Megan. The gazebos and the trees.
It's a really beautiful setup, isn't it? And what a spot right by the rail to cheer all the runners down the home straight and getting up close and personal to the action. But it's we've got a great spot here by the paddock, by the track as well, and it's getting busier as each race goes by.
Certainly is. All right, loading process underway then for the Lexus Cup, and they're very good here. They get them in. They get them in pretty quickly. Maybe the envy of quite a few countries around the world. When they get cracking, in they go.
Runners now loading the gate for race 2, the Lexus Cup for the local bred horses. These are now thoroughbreds. We're running over 1,600 metres. Start for this race at the beginning of the back stretch. And the first third of the field have moved into line. Nearest to us in the starting stall camera shot, the filly Senora with Hussein Ashgar. Senora running in her first handicap this afternoon. Only 2 of these have previously won a race, and they are number 2 Dahis with Hussein Maki, a winner here over 1,800 metres in February. That was in a handicap, similar grade to this. And the 8-year-old Campolina, number 3, with Abdullah Faisal in the saddle. She has managed to win no less than 7 times during her career, and she was 3rd here on the opening day of the season, and that was over 1,800 metres. Just moving forward now is Mustadim with Marcelian Kolmakaj. Mustadim, another handicap debutant. This is Leo moving in with Marciales Juarez into gate number 4. Carolina Reaper bidding to break his maiden at the 14th attempt goes in with Adnan Jaffa. Next up will be Najran with Ibrahim Nada. With the blindfold on, the mare Aswan, second here on the opening day of the season, comes here in good form. And Nahis goes into stall 2 to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rearing as the gate opened in stall 13, Aswan badly missed the kick. Also outrun early is Mustardid, another one who is towards the rear of the field in what is already a well strung out field as they make the run down the back stretch. The other one who is struggling badly early is Lyra. Quite a bit of scrummaging in midfield. Leo gave a broadside to 1 or 2 as he wanders under pressure, but it is Carolina Reaper against the rail who has got the lead. Monaco is showing speed down the wide outside, and Braveheart in the pink is between rivals with clear sailing in third. Fekria is in fourth as they go into the turn, followed around that one's outside by Campolina. Also right up there is Libra as they now begin to make the turn, and it is Carolina Reaper who has the rail and has the lead now by nearly 2 lengths. Monaco out wide is racing in second, and on the inside Braveheart is in third. Campolina now being ridden along in 4th position, followed by Aswan who makes ground in 5th. Fekria to the inside is in 6th. Talca made the turn in 7th. Libra is in 8th. Down the wide outside is Assas who's staying on in 9th position. Pegasus down the wide outside, another one who is trying to pick up from a long way back, and inside the final 300 it's Lee Newman and Braveheart who now strike and go for home. Carolina Reaper back to second and paddling. Down the outside Pegasus continues to stay on under Shamie Heffernan, but still has 6 lengths to find, and now only 100 metres to get to Braveheart. Braveheart out in front. Pegasus is flying, but the post is going to come in time for Braveheart, who wins for Lee Newman. Braveheart wins, Pegasus in second. Campolina was third. From some way back, Dahis, unlucky in the run, stayed on the 4th, followed home by Carolina Reaper, and towards the outside, Nevanera was Ariath.
Oh, good effort from Braveheart, good effort from Lee Newman as well to get this Alan Smith trained son of Bravemore over from stall 16 to just be in the 2 path as they swung for home. He looked very fit beforehand, Braveheart, and he's galloped hard through the line. He wins the Lexus Cup, and a luckless run from Aswan, who missed the break badly, the mare, and she's run on quite well, but you just see her petering out there in 5th, having made a big effort. The final challenger was Shamie Heffernan aboard Pegasus, who at one point threatened to live up to his name, but not quite.
No, not quite, but Pegasus was closing and making up ground late on. Both these horses were drawn pretty wide, which is interesting, but there was a few that properly missed the break. As you say, Aswan reared as the gates opened. However, Braveheart quick out of the gates and managed to get a nice handy position under Lee Newman.
Pretty sure stall 16 has beaten stall 18, has beaten stall 17 here in the Lexus Cup. And I think that's in part down to the fact, yes, you've got the longer run into the bend over the 1600 metres, but also there was some desperate scrimmaging in the early part of the race that saw some horses effectively put out of this early on. And if you had a relatively untrammeled passage like Braveheart did, then you were in clover.
Yeah, it was pretty messy early on. Taj Mahal, another who got involved in that scrimmaging, he never got involved. As you say, Aswan missed the break, made up ground. I thought she was coming to challenge before just sort of tiring in that final furlong. But by this point, Braveheart was away and gone. Handy the whole way, no troubled passage for him, and he wasn't for catching.
There you go then, in those easy to spot silks. Braveheart is the winner for Lee Newman, who's got so much experience here riding for Alan Smith, the runner-up. Running on really strongly was Pegasus. Shamie Heffernan, he'll be a fascinating addition to the jockey group here in Bahrain. Derby winner, Irish Derby winner, multiple classic winner. Just see, also on the outside, sidewinding late, giving everything, and just instead of carrying on forward, just started to drift off a true line. Ali Vance is alongside the winning rider Lee Newman. Let's join them now.
Yeah, let's have a word with winning rider Lee Newman, who won the Bahrain International Trophy a good few years ago. Lee, that was an improved performance by this horse. Enjoyed his summer break and come back stronger?
Yeah, it's amazing what a summer does. I came back in July early and got a look at a few of them, and they've all done well, all Alan's horses. Yeah, some of these local breds, they're just a bit backward. Sometimes they take another year.
And you managed to stay out of trouble throughout the race.
Yeah, I think that was the only thing I had to do. Alan was pretty confident, so he said he'd probably win it. So when I saw the draw, I thought, well, I'll try and make it easy for myself if I can. So.
You've been riding out here for a number of years. How good is the addition of floodlights?
Well, we're just getting into it. I mean, I'm having a good time. I can't complain. It's nice. It's nice. I like it.
Well, congratulations with this victory. Leading jockey this season so far. Well done to our winning jockey then, Lee Newman.
Order of finish for race 2, the Lexus Cup. The winner was number 6, Braveheart. Second, number 17, Pegasus. Third was the 3, Campolina. And the fourth horse was number 2, Dahis. 6, 17, 3 and 2. The numbers still unofficial.
Quite a nice looking horses, and looks really well, Megan, too.
Yeah, interesting actually hearing Lee Newman afterwards, who was pretty positive about the horse's chances, and from a wide draw he did exactly the right thing, just keep out of trouble and keep everything pretty simple. So yeah, it was a smooth passage round. You were a fan of Braveheart in the paddock as well. He was certainly fit, and he's coming from a stable that are pretty powerful over here.
Very powerful over here. Alan Smith, and represented in our next race as well. Lee Newman will be running the parent for him in the next race, and Shamie Heffernan, who was second in our most recent contest, will be riding Byline, who's a real old favourite here, but he'll be missing his beloved Gerald Mosse, who's just gone into retirement.
Yeah, Byline's been a stable star, that is for sure, and it could just be a double for the yard. Quick fire with a couple of strong chances next up, and you know, Lee's very positive about the horses in general from this yard. He said they're all training well, all look great, so we definitely want to keep an eye on them in the paddock.
All right, from stall 16 then, Lee Newman has got Braveheart over, and Braveheart has won the Lexus Cup. In the winner's circle now, number 6, Braveheart.
Yeah, but not yet. 2 days ago. No. Okay. Jump me. The big race gets ever closer. Race 8, the Bahrain International Trophy of 2024. The 6th running of it, double-handed in the race. Jabba Ramadan. Jabba, just as an occasion, how exciting is this as a trainer?
Well, especially for me and the owner. Really, I trained to since last year with them. We bought this horse last year in October, and brought it down. Really, the horse was only 85 rated, and today is 109. And to participate, especially in such a big race, that's a lot for the owner and for all the team, which we work hard on him, really.
So Sovereign Spirit will be joined by Young Ireland. 2 strong chances.
Well, I hope so. Yes. Hope so. We'll find out in a couple of hours. Let's see.
And how do you assess the competition? Is it as good a running of this race as you've seen, do you think?
Oh yeah, it's proper group 2 horses in it. Yeah, some of them is group 1. They've been running and they're winning, so it's proper group 2. You can see all the names and the trainers and the jockeys, especially jockeys, you know, and the trainers. Full. I mean, It's a very exciting day for us, and hopefully they will run well.
We wish you well. Jabba, well done.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Race 2, the order of finish is 6:17, 3 and 2. Race 2 is now official. Weighed in, weighed in.
To the trophy presentation for this, our second race. It is the Lexus Cup, and we welcome up Mr. Issa Canoe, director of Ibrahim K. Canoe, to present the trophy. And well done to connections of Braveheart, trainer Alan Smith, jockey Lee Newman, and in the colours of L&L Racing, Braveheart wins the Lexus Cup.
Thank you. Let me know when it's good. Annie's saying no.
Can you hear me? Yeah, the Crown Prince is here. We need to welcome him. Well, on this big day of racing here, with the 6th running of the $1 million Bahrain International Trophy, we are delighted to welcome to the grandstand His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, Crown Prince and Prime Minister of Bahrain.
Yes, race 8 today is, of course, the big one, the Bahrain International Trophy of 2024, the 6th running, and the 6th that Phil Smith, alongside, who is the handicapper and racing consultant out here, has presided over. He's just Phil, thank you very much for joining us. It's just getting better and better, isn't it?
It is. We were just talking earlier, the winner of the first event, Royal Julius, was 109, and now an international horse off 109 wouldn't get in. So it's gone from the winner in 6 years to, sorry, there's no room for you, we've got better horses.
There are some very good international grade horses here. They come from the east, they come from the west. Who is the likeliest player, do you think, this year?
Well, there's probably 7 likeliest players because there's 7 horses rated within 3 pounds of each other. Yep. So they are Alflayla, Caliph, Nation's Pride, Point Lonsdale, Spirit Dancer, Lead Artist, and Andromede, who is rated 111, but you've got to add the fillies allowance onto her, making her 115 as well. So I hope that that 4 of those are in the first 4, because it would be great for the promotion of the race. We're aiming for it to be a Group 1. It can't be next year, but hopefully after next year we'll be looking to get it promoted to a Group 1. So if any of those 7 are in the first 4, we're laughing, really. But to try and answer your question, who is the most likely winner? Well, there's only one 3-year-old in the field, and that's Lead Artist. So he's fit, he's in form. You'd have to think, if there's a horse in the race that's got progression,
and he's unexposed at the trip.
Now, of course, that may be that he doesn't stay the trip, because we don't know. But he's looked at, certainly at Newmarket, he looked as if he's going to stay the trip. So I don't see that as an issue. I think it's a positive, like you do. So hopefully he'll run really well.
Lastly, just as an aesthetics as well, now that the floodlights are in and we are in a totally different dimension, there you go. They're on pretty much as we say. It adds to the occasion, the atmosphere.
It does. It's got a little bit Dubai World Cup, hasn't it? That's got that aura about it. And also, you'll know in an hour, these are the best floodlights I've ever seen anywhere in the world. Anywhere.
Anymore. Phil, thank you very much. Good luck later. Let's learn a little bit about the runners for race 3.
Cheers.
And the bell has just sounded for the jockeys to mount for race number 3. This is the Economic Development Board Cup. It is for imported thoroughbreds, an open handicap, run over 1,600 metres or 1 mile, and a field of 7 to go to post. Number 1 is last year's winner, Byline, the mount of Shamie Heffernan. Number 2 is Royal Scimitar, like Byline, a domestic Group 1 winner here last season, the mount of Andrew Breslin. 3 is Shebil Al Jazeera, the mount of Hassan Al Safa. Number 4 is The Parent, second of the runners in the race for the Smith Yard, with Lee Newman looking for a quick fire double. Number 5 is Memento, 7th in this race last year, and has been off since, the mount of David Lishka. Number 6 is the Grey Wowzers and PJ McDonald. And in the same ownership, number 7 is Goumet, who was 4th in this race last year and is ridden today by Adré de Vries. Number 8, Meta Horse, is a non-runner. So there will be 7 of them. For race 3, the Economic Development Board Cup, the horses now are about to lead the parade ring, make their way to the start. We now have 7 minutes to post time.
Their Highnesses the Crown Prince, Sheikh Salman, and Sheikh Issa, nearest to you. His Highness Sheikh Issa, who has done so much to build this event to what it is today. as we approach our third race, the Economic Development Board Cup. And those are His Highness Sheikh Issa's colours, the navy with the silver epaulets, Al Adiyat Racing. And the horse in shot is Byline. Shamie Heffernan taking the ride for Alan Smith. He is a splendid yardstick here in the kingdom, Megan, and a horse you actually rode at Newmarket's July meeting back in 2020. He's been around a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, when he was trained previously by Kevin Ryan. But since he's came over to Bahrain, he's done exceptionally well. He's a winner of this race last year. He looks absolutely brilliant. A big, strong sprinter, isn't he? And yeah, usual cheek pieces are on board. He looks beautiful going around the paddock, and he's got another big chance despite a high rating now of 110.
1,600 metres then here for this Economic Development Board Cup. Horse behind him is number 2, Royal Scimitar, gelding by Territories, Fauzi Nass, Andrew Breslin. And on his best form, he's an interesting proposition.
He is. Maybe a little bit of a tough mark. He's £3 above his last winning mark still. He was behind Memento on his return.
And he's had the benefit of a run as well. He's had the benefit of a run just to sharpen him up, Royal Scimitar. Next horse we can have a look at is number 3, Shabil Al Jazeera, Hassan Al Safar, Rayad Ahmed, the old man of the party here at 9.
Yeah, look, he's a little bit keen going down, isn't he? But he's fresh. He's been off the track for a little while. This is a pretty tough ask on his return. However, he is capable of winning off a mark of 100.
He looks really well, credit to Connections.
He does, absolutely. He is a little bit keen going down. Will he be a bit fresh in the early parts of the race? He looks great, though, like you say.
Here's number 4, The Parent, gelding by Frankel. Lee Newman looking for a brisk double. And this horse has some pretty smart form.
He does. He was much improved last season. A total rise of £20. That just explains how well and how progressive he was. He did step forward quite markedly for his first seasonal run last year, and he's quite a big burly horse.
I was just thinking deep girthed horse, isn't he? Still carrying good condition.
In comparison to his stablemate, I'd have said Byline looks just that little bit tighter and fitter for return.
Byline in the foreground. Background is The Parent as we take in number 6, Wowzers, PJ McDonald for Fauzi Nass. Has form that ties in with plenty of these.
Yeah, he was behind Memento as well when we last saw him. He was very consistent last year. You can't knock him for that. He's another who did improve for a start, cantering down beautifully, nice and relaxed for PJ McDonald there. He's pretty striking. Look at those gorgeous dapples. He's a real beautiful model, that's for sure.
That's 6 Wowzers. 5 is Memento in the silks of Alafu Racing for Mohammed Hassan and David Liska.
Quite a racy type. I think he looks ready. He was behind Byline in this last year, but when they met again, he did manage to close that gap. So he's certainly an improver. He was an improver last season, and he looks good for his return.
And he has had the benefit of the recent run as well. That's number 5, Memento. There's Goumet, yellow cap, white sleeves, red body. Adri de Vries for Osama Hashim.
Handicapper was quite kind to this horse, actually. He was pretty consistent last year, but did drop plenty in the weights. He's down to an attractive mark now of only 96. He started last season exceptionally well. He was behind Byline in this race as well last year, but he's fit and he's ready to go.
Adri de Vries just giving the thumbs up to the stalls handler. And that's your lot. Byline's been dismounted by Shamie Heffernan. Byline dismounted. And the farrier is attending to Byline. So we need a replate or a plate adjustment here on the top horse. So there will just be a few moments ahead of this Economic Development Cup. As, replating, new plate goes on.
Yeah, he's obviously just caught that shoe and pulled it off his off-4 there. Byline, he's obviously a 7-year-old now, plenty of race experience, so hopefully he will be a professional and stand nice and quietly for the farrier to get that shoe back on. But not ideal, but luckily it's something we can fix fairly quickly.
Great to have Shamie Heffernan riding here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Somebody of his great experience and standing in Europe. Be a wonderful addition to proceedings here. Now, Crown Prince and His Highness. Background there is Sir Alex Ferguson, you can just make out, with Jed Mason. Hoping that Spirit Dancer can make it 2 out of 2 in the Bahrain International later. What a stirring, resounding performance that was last year, and certainly increased the profile of this race very significantly. Not sure the farrier is getting his own way today with Byline.
No, he's raring to go and isn't overly patient. However, that team there will have to be patient. A few more races until their stable star, Spirit Dancer, is back on the track. But yeah, a couple of jockeys have just jumped off. I think it's David Liska who has jumped off Memento just to take a bit of weight off of his back and let him have a leg stretch. No jockey on board at the moment, but all fine.
All right, so there'll just be a few more moments then until race 3. It'll get underway just as soon as Byline is replated. And we'll be back with you shortly.
والحين ننتظر هذا بس يخلص تبديل شوز. لا لا لا
Byline, hey boy,
Okay, one more.
One more. Come on, boy. One more.
Just to do it,
Okay. لا.
Yeah, he's just not behaving. So once again, just official confirmation that number 1 Byline is being replated. He threw his off-4 shoe and the farrier is continuing to work on Byline. We do have also a piece of overweight which we need to give you on behalf of this race. Number 7 Gourmet, half a kilo of overweight for Adre de Vries. So that is plus a half for number 7, Goumet.
Yeah, unquestionably one of the leading players in the Bahrain International Trophy later is the Shadwell-owned Al-Flayla, trained by the man to my left. Owen Burrows, thank you for joining us. I guess the very fact that you're here means that there's been more luck than the previous try.
Exactly, yeah. Obviously 2 years ago he made it here. I didn't. He injured himself. I think it was about the Tuesday, I think it was. So, yeah, but it's good to be here now.
How is he in himself?
Yeah, very pleased with him. He took the journey over great. I've been happy with how he's trained over here, so he looks great. So, yeah, fingers crossed.
And everything generally about the track, the trip, the shape of everything should really suit him today, shouldn't it?
It should do, yeah. You know, we're a little bit wide, but I'm not too concerned with that. Hopefully the nature of the race should suit us. You know, he's one who likes to just be dropped in and pass horses. So, yeah, hopefully it'll set up good for him.
How impressed have you been with the racing setup here? Everything that goes on and into the process of staging a race like this here in Bahrain?
I look at that, you know, you're looked after wonderfully. You know, the training facilities are great. The barns are really nice. You know, they look after the staff great. Yeah, I've been very, very impressed.
We wish you well later. Good luck, Owen.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you.
Burrows, who's had pretty sensational end to 2024 with victories from Anmart in the Champion Stakes and a win on Breeders' Cup Day with Rakia, and looking to win our big race later on with Al-Flayla. He's got an uncanny knack of keeping these old horses improving. We're a little late for race 3, the Economic Development Board Cup, which allowed us to have a chat there with Owen, and that's because number 1 Byline has been replated. He was a little more edgy than ideally you'd like to see, but you know this horse quite well of old.
Yeah, sort of unsurprising. He's a horse that likes his routine, and obviously that is far from it. But he is now reshod, and the loading process is underway. So hopefully it won't affect the result for him at all.
Here we go for race 3, the Economic Development Board Cup. Your race caller is Mark Johnson.
The parent goes in, and that leaves 2 left out of line. In goes Shebil Al Jazeera, and the last one to go in will be Memento, starting at the beginning of the backstretch. Memento and David Lishka moving to the centre of the 7-strong field. They're in the gate. And they're off. They race over 1,600 in the Economic Development Board Cup, and they got away to quite a level break. As they go through the very early stages, dictating the early tempo is the veteran Shebil Al Jazeera. And now it's Shebil Al Jazeera goes on, the parent now giving chase and moves up around that one's outside. Having been ridden away from the gate, Memento also now is going to contest the early tempo, which now sees the parent going on inside the final 1,200. The parent leads them towards the end of the back stretch, with Memento on the outside racing in second. Shebil Al Jazeera could not go the early gallop, drops back to third. A break then of 4 lengths as they go into the turn, which sees Wowzers in 4th position. Royal Scimitar is in 5th and being pushed along. To the inside, Goumet is in 6th, and Byline is in the cheap seats at the back as his stablemate, the parent, leads them now onto the turn, and inside now the final 600. It is the parent and Lee Newman who lead now by just over a length. The ridden along Memento is in second. Now Royal Scimitar begins to make his move. He's the white sheepskin noseband on the wide outside. He's followed into the race by Byline inside the 400, and it's Royal Scimitar who comes now alongside the parent. Between them is Goumet. Down the wide outside is Byline, racing now down towards the final 200. Byline, last year's winner, lunges to take the lead on the inside. Goumet tries to fight back. No more from Royal Scimitar. They're inside the final 75, and it is Shamie Heffernan and Byline for back-to-back wins. Byline wins. In second came Gumay. In the end, it was close for third. Wowzers rallied to the outside of Royal Scimitar, followed home by the parent.
Byline wins again. In the colours of His Highness Sheikh Itas Al Adiyat Racing, Shamie Heffernan and Alan Smith combined for victory, and a beautiful ride from the hugely experienced Heffernan, a race that was cut open by Byline's stable companion and owner mate, the parent, who charged off to really make this a test, and it suited the winner down to a T. Brilliant plan, well executed, superb ride, and well done Byline, who got quite edgy in the preliminaries with that replating.
I mean, he's just been a phenomenal horse for connections. To win this race back-to-back off a pretty high mark, a very high mark of 110, it's an exceptional performance. It sort of all went wrong, but still managed to go so right. And Shamie Heffernan, take a bow, what a ride.
He waited and waited as long as he dared. There was a moment where it looked as though he ought to commit, and he just counted another 5 or 6 seconds, and that has really made the difference. Just nursing him, nudging him, cajoling him, coaxing him into the race.
And switched out for a nice clean passage, gave Byline a little bit of daylight, and he quickened up and passed his rivals with quite ease. I think this horse has more in the bonnet than he lets on. He's gone past his rivals and half pricked an ear. It was a nice performance in the end, and he was winning going away.
All right, let's get the official result with Mark.
The result of the Economic Development Board Cup: first, number 1, Byline. Number 7, Gumay, finished second. Number 2, Royal Scimitar, third. Number 6, Wowzers, finished fourth. 1, 7, 2 and 6, still unofficial.
Mark, thank you. Just taking a look at the head-on. You mentioned that he's quite a cute horse. He's a horse who wears these cheek pieces because he just needs to apply himself late, but he's been a fantastic standing dish here in the Kingdom.
Multiple victories. He just loves it here. Really interested to see what Shamie Heffernan thinks of Byline, and winning start for this connection anyway.
Right, let's hear from him now.
Well, let's hear from our winning jockey then, Shamie Heffernan. Shamie, the horse lost a shoe down at the start, but he's such a professional, this horse, isn't he?
Yeah, there was a little delay to the start. He pulled the shoe, but he's an old warrior, just like his trainer. Alan assured me today he'd be relaxed and done things right, he'd finished. So hopefully he'll improve, he should. And more than happy to be riding these colours for the legend of a trainer, Alan Smith.
Third victory since coming out to Bahrain. You enjoying your time here?
Yeah, it's cold at home and I haven't got a retained job, so listen, this filled the slot beautiful for me.
And nice to be involved on a big race like today. But what a horse Byline is. I know we didn't ride him last season, but he's 15 victories now for this horse.
Yeah, he does things right. He's tough work in the morning. He likes winning his gallops, but race day he's professional, and Alan assured me if I got him to do things right, he'd be hard beat. So listen, nice to be on the team.
Well, you certainly did get things right. Congratulations, and our winning jockey, Shamie Heffernan.
An excellent addition to the scene here in Bahrain. Shamie Heffernan, no longer encumbered by any defined commitment in Ireland, but he's been riding for a lot of different trainers this year, and I know he's been hugely helpful to the training of a lot of horses as well. He'd be invaluable, his insight, riding track work as much as in the races.
Well, he's got incredible experience, hasn't he? He's worked with the best worldwide, and of course to come over and give his advice and knowledge to the team in Bahrain is pretty special for everyone, really, and it's great to see him winning here on the biggest night of the season. And Byline, he's got to be one of the most popular horses in training here in Bahrain. As Ali was just saying, 15 victories for this horse now. He just doesn't know how to get beat.
Into the winner's circle then, after the Economic Development Board Cup. Shamie Heffernan, Alan Smith, Al Adiyat Racing, Byline.
مارخي بس حاسب حق قدام ماما الميديا.
Thanks a million.
قدام شو اسمه. Well done. Thank you. I can't. No, Alistair's not here. Straight.
Race number 3, the Economic Development Board Cup. The numbers were 1, 7, 2 and 6. The race is now official. Wade in, wade in.
So we come to the trophy presentation. For race 3, it is the Economic Development Board Cup. And to present this trophy, we welcome onto the stage Her Excellence Noor bint Ali Al Khalif, Minister of Sustainable Development and Chief Executive of Bahrain Economic Development Board. Congratulations then to Beyon, winning this big race for a second year in a row, and receiving the trophy then on behalf of our winning trainer. It is Paul Smith, assistant trainer to his father Alan, and Beyon in the colours of Al Adiyat Racing. And we welcome up then His Highness Sheikh Isa Al Khalifa's children to receive this trophy then. It is Beyon who's won the Economic Development Board Cup.
Two on the board for trainer Alan Smith at this early stage of the proceedings, which is great to see. On behalf, Paul Smith, the son and assistant trainer, has not a bad start to a prestigious race day.
No, and it's always important to be on the board on this day. So yeah, it's good.
I thought Braveheart was quite impressive as we worked from the beginning.
Yeah, he's summered really well. He's just matured and strengthened, and he was about on his right mark for that race. So hopefully the handicap doesn't kill him, and we can pick up another one.
Would be nice. And on the topic of the way the season's begun, you really have been flying, haven't you?
Yeah, we're off to a good start. Yeah, all the horses seem to be running well. Fingers crossed. There's a bit more left in the tank.
And with what we've just seen, when it comes to going through the pack for each and every season, it's kind of like having an ace card, isn't it? Every time you've got byline. We were just talking about the amount of races this fella has won.
Yes, yeah, we've been relying on him a bit for a couple of years, and it was always in the back of our mind this summer. Will he stay on for another season? But he looks as if he's still got it. So hopefully we can rely on him for bigger and better things later on in the year.
Paul, you've been part of the scene here, as you said, for 2 decades. From your perspective, the rise and rise of the Bahrain Turf Club, just put it into words how much this has developed in that time.
Oh, it's changed immensely, especially the last 5-6 years. I mean, the standard of racing has been improving all the time. And I mean, of course, the Bahrain International Trophy has put it on the world stage.
Hasn't it just? And watching from the outside, if you were to train one of them in the race later, or you think the likeliest winner, who would it be, Paul?
I rather like the Godolphin horse on his Arlington Million, on his latest runs, and I think they've just freshened him up a little bit this year. They've come with a different game plan, I think.
And that race itself now, the $1 million purse, horses coming from east, west, as you said, horses like Nation's Pride. The race itself has never been stronger in its 6-year existence, has it?
No, I think you'd almost have to say it is of Group 1 quality, wouldn't you? Just looking at the form of the horses in there, it's probably not far off being upgraded to a Group 1, I wouldn't think.
Okay, Paul, well done so far. Good luck later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Race number 4 is the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup. It is run over 1,000 metres, 5 furlongs on the straight course, and it is a domestic Group 1. A field of 9 horses go to post. Here's the field. Number 1 is Army Ethos, making his debut here today in Bahrain. He was second in last year's Group 2 Coventry Stakes at Royal Ascot, the mount of Stefan Lajad. Number 2 is Avago Joe, winner here on the opening day of the season and second in this race last year, the mount of Ibrahim Nada. Number 3 is Boom Shalah, ridden by Hassan Al Safa, and is another horse making his debut in Bahrain this evening. Number 4 is Buffer Zone. Adre de Vries rides, 4th in this race last year. Buffer Zone was 2nd in 2021. Number 5 is Chimgam, the mount of Ali Hussein. Number 6, 4-wheel drive, and Adnan Jaffa unplaced in 2 renewals of this race. Number 7, Inveigle, the mount of Abdullah Faisal. Abdullah putting up 1.5 kilos of overweight, 1.5 over on the 7. Number 8 is Rahi, ridden by Lee Newman, and the only fill in the lineup is number 9, Indispensable. She's 1 out of 1 here in Bahrain, having won here over 1,200 metres last December. Indispensable is ridden by Sofian Sadi. A field of 9 runners will go to post for the domestic Group 1, the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup. The post time is at 5:10. Post time is in 8 minutes.
Night falls, lights are on, and the action hotting up here at the Bahrain Turf Club ahead of race 4, the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup. His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness Sheikh Issa. Conversation there with Oliver St. Lawrence, well-known bloodstock agent who's been responsible for purchasing many of the victorious horses. Victorious horses who are often victorious here in Bahrain and across the world, and indeed responsible for this horse, who arguably is the most interesting runner in this Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup, Army Ethos, Megan.
Yeah, his first start here in Bahrain, previously trained in the UK by Archie Watson. He was second in the Coventry last year. That form gives him a huge chance.
Number 2 is Avago Joe, Ibrahim Nida for AMS Racing, Irish bred, who's done well here.
Very. He was only just beaten in this race last year. He returned with a victory over the 6 furlongs, steps back up in grade now.
Number 3 is Boom Shalar.
Yeah, this is a big ask on his return, dropping back down in trip, a little bit on his toes. Last season, he was with Doug Watson over in Dubai.
Horse 4 is Buffer Zone, Andrew de Vries for Fauzi Nas. Grand old timer at the age of 9, walking around with not a bother on him. Whether he's quite sharp enough for 1,000 metres, 5 furlongs, I don't know.
No, he was 4th in this last year, but I agree he's best at the 6 furlongs. I think a career best performance would be needed in this field today.
5 is Chimgarn. By contrast, somewhat on his toes. He looks wired up for this today.
Yeah, and considering he's had about 18 months off the track, he certainly looks ready to go. I would argue that maybe he's better even up to the mile, so the 5 furlong return might just catch him for a little bit of speed.
So, next horse we're going to try and pick out for you is 4-wheel drive. You can just see 3rd from the front, yellow and pale blue silks. 4-wheel drive has got form that ties in with plenty of these.
Yeah, he has, but I think a bit of a bounce back is needed. He wasn't quite at his best last season, but he's capable if he does get back to anywhere near there. Those big cheek pieces on, which are often seen.
Yeah, festooned with sheepskin accoutrements. 4-wheel drive. 7 is Inveigle for Abdullah Faisal and Mahmoud Jawad.
Yeah, huge effort to finish last season with a 2nd at the grade 1 level last year. He looks very well, but another who probably have to put up a career best.
8 is next. Lee Newman looking for a double. This time he rides for Jabba Ramadan. This is Rahi.
He steps up in grade. He was very competitive in handicaps last year, but a change in grade up to the grade 1 today.
Yeah, domestic grade 1 status this race, as Mark told you a few moments ago. And there is number 9, Indispensable. And she is the only filly in the race. The only female in the race is 9, Indispensable.
Yeah, but she doesn't necessarily look like a filly, does she? She's pretty strong. She's was a very solid sprinter for William Haggis previously. She won her only start last season. That was over the 6 furlongs.
Runners on the way to post for the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup.
Yeah, big race upcoming, race 4. Looking forward to this. And Fauzi Nas has kindly joined us ahead of 2 runners in this. Fauzi, I think I just wanted to touch on the change since I was last here back in March. It's all illuminated. What's your view on the improvements and the changes here?
Well, it's been an amazing achievement by the management to get the lights up in such a short span. And obviously it makes a big difference, so we can extend our season, and especially with Ramadan coming in.
And it adds to the atmosphere, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the biggest add tonight is the full moon.
I must ask about Army Ethos in this race, who we saw last year finishing a very good 2nd at Royal Ascot. How's he been since then, and how much are you looking forward to this Bahrain debut?
Well, he went downhill since the Coventry, to be honest. And I think he just lost the interest in racing. So between myself, Archie, and the boss, Sheikh Nasser, we decided maybe bring him to Bahrain for a change of atmosphere, and hopefully that will spring him back to, because we know he's got the ability. So let's see if that springs back out.
Does he seem to be enjoying life out here in the warm?
Yes, he hasn't said no yet.
We'll find out today. And Buffer Zone, of course, we know much more of in these parts.
Yeah, he's a year older, he's not getting any younger, but otherwise he's a classy horse.
And I wanted to ask your view on the big race later, the Bahrain International Trophy, now in its 6th year. How strong a field do you think that is today?
I think it's pretty strong, although it seems wide open on paper. But obviously there's a lot of talk about nation pride. I think he dictates the terms. The Japanese contenders are fairly good. Apart from nation pride, it's probably a wide open race, I think.
Can I push you for the likeliest winner?
Caliph.
Caliph, there you go, well done.
Thank you.
Caliph, of course, the big local hope in our Bahrain International later. In its 5 previous editions, the Bahrain International has thrown up 1 locally trained winner, and that was Simsir in the Caliph colours, who hung on grimly from Global Giants a few years back. Fauzi looking forward to more of the same a little bit later on. Caliph trained by Carlos and Jan Lerner in France, but in those victorious silks with whom Fauzi is so closely associated. Track looks spectacular with the floodlights on now, and still the traffic pouring in to the Bahrain Turf Club. Now, Megan, your final thoughts ahead of this Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup as we take in Army Ethos.
It's interesting, isn't it, listening to Fauzi Nas there saying how they just feel as if this horse possibly lost interest a little bit over in the UK, but we know he's exceptionally talented if he can get back to his best form, which is when he was runner-up in the Coventry last year. He looks great, he's very relaxed. Obviously interesting to see how he takes to his new career over here in Bahrain, but I'm excited to see him back on the track, and if he's anywhere near his best, he will take a lot of beating.
It's lovely to see how relaxed he looks.
It is, and you know, he's taken everything in his stride. He has always been a laid-back character, and maybe that's what he needed, just a little bit of a change of scenery, just to get him back really interested again. And he's got plenty of speed. The 5 furlongs won't be an issue for him here.
Straight 5 here, we don't go round a bend, straight 5 coming right at you. Loading briskly for this Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup. 1,000 metres to run and Mark Johnson to call him. It'll take a minute.
The runners now moving into line, and they are loading very quickly. Still Avago Joe yet to go forward. This is Rahi going in with double seeking Lee Newman, last year's runner-up. Avago Joe, the light blue colours for Ibrahim Nada going into stall number 8. 4-wheel drive and Adnan Jaffa to complete the line. Sprinters in the gate. And they're off. Over 1,000 metres away to a level break in the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup. Showing very good early speed is 4-wheel drive and will claim the early lead. Rahi tries to exchange blows, is on the near side, the filly indispensable. Running lonesome towards the far side rail is Army Ethos, who broke from stall 1 but has the rail. Just in behind the leading trio is Inveigle, racing just in advance of Avago Joe. Outrun is Buffer Zone, so too is Chimgan, and tailed off is Boom Shalah. They're racing now down towards the final 400. Army Ethos right there over on the far side has now come through to take the lead. Avago Joe towards the near side, who is the one who is picking up. Back in third is Inveigle, and now Rahi back to 4th. Late game from Buffer Zone, racing down towards the final 100. Avago Joe clear sailing this year. He takes the lead. Army Ethos trying to battle back. Another 50 metres to go. Avago Joe, second last year, gets his big day under the lights. Avago Joe beats into second Army Ethos, followed home by Inveigle and Buffer Zone.
And he salutes the crowd, Ibrahim Nida. He's got his Group 1 on Avago Joe, winner of the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup. It was a patient ride in a race run at an electric pace, even for a 5 furlong 1,000-metre sprint. They have gone hard here, and Avago Joe has finished best of all. Good run from Army Ethos on his Bahrain debut, and the two settle down to fight it out, split by not quite the width of the track, but several horse widths.
Yeah, Avago Joe getting revenge on last year when he was narrowly beaten, but he no doubt the winner this time around. As you say, they were drawn opposite sides of the track. Army Ethos, nice to see him with a bit of enthusiasm once again. Not quite good enough on the night, but Avago Joe, a winner on his return and stepping up in grade again. He's going the right direction, he's improving.
Clearly in great heart, this horse, and taking advantage of a breakneck gallop. Third is number 7 Inveigle. Inveigle is third here, but that's a big moment for the man aboard Avago Joe. You could see what it meant to him as he crossed the line. A wild celebration. Just a shade behind the bridle here, Megan, but Ibrahim was keen not to force this horse out of his natural rhythm.
Yeah, he didn't panic at all. He let the pace get on with it, took a little bit of a lead, and he knew he had enough horse underneath him to finish well and hit the line strong, and that's exactly what he's done. I think the strong pace has helped this horse because it's just allowed him time to get into that rhythm, and he's done his best work late on. We know he stays at 6 furlongs, and yeah, it was a good performance.
Avago Joe extending close to the line to win this race, the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup, beating Army Ethos into second, Inveigle in third. Never really at the races, Buffer Zone, who's just staying on late, but he might just want another furlong and another run to get him a concert pitch. Mark's going to confirm the result for us.
Unofficial result of the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup, domestic grade 1. First, number 2, Avago Joe. Second, 1, Army Ethos. Third, number 7, Inveigle. Fourth horse was 4, Buffer Zone. 2-1-7-4, still unofficial.
Let's have a word with our winning jockey then. Congratulations, Ibrahim. That was some celebration.
Yeah, thank you, Ali. He's a good horse. He's keeping improving every day. And Ali, the trainer, Ali John, he tried to save him for this race. I think the distance was a little bit short for him. Over the 6, he'll be better.
Well, he certainly did it pretty well this evening. But for you, how important is it to have a win on a big day like today?
Yeah, that's important for me, for sure. This is the best chance for me, I think, for today. And thanks to God, I got it.
And later on, you're going to be making a little bit of history by becoming the first Bahraini jockey to ride in the trophy. Looking forward to riding Goatman?
Yeah, I'm happy. I would like to thank the trainer, Haidar Ibrahim, and the owner, Khadim Mohammed Abdurrahim. And we'll see.
Well, enjoy the reception with this one. Local jockey winning the big domestic Group 1. Well done to Ibrahim Nada.
Getting a wonderful reception from the crowd as well. Ibrahim Nada on Avago Joe. Avago Joe, formerly trained in Great Britain by Tim Easterby, bred by Con Harrington in Ireland, from a very good family of sprinters, Ellen's Lad, Ellen's Academy, and many more. And he's still got it at the age of 6.
He has, and for whatever reason, this summer he's obviously done well and improved and strengthened up again because he's returned with a whole new level of form. He's improved massively again, and it's interesting that Ibrahim thinks that he's actually even better still at the 6 furlong, so plenty more excitement to come for this horse throughout the rest of the season.
Plenty more excitement to come this evening as well, as the Bahrain Turf Club fills to the rafters and Avago Joe wins race 4.
We're over the rails with Ali Jan, who is the winning trainer, and he's in the winner's enclosure as well with Avago Joe, this extraordinary sprinter. He's an absolute star this season, isn't he?
Yes, he's a good horse. He's a good horse. First time out he won, it was a good race for him to start. After the race, they give him 10 pounds. So the option was to go to the group race. But he's in good order, he's in good shape. So we save him, just keep him fresh for this race. And hopefully he done it, yeah.
And he was second in this race last year. Did you think he was better this time around? Did you think you had him in a better place?
To be honest, the horse he was for my uncle, you know, like, and I know the horse is good. But he recommended me as well, you know, like he told me the horse is still there is something left on him. So we get lucky, you know, like to keep him in good shape.
What's the rest of the season going to look like for him, given he's in this good form?
So hopefully, you know, like if he keep improving, and sure we will look for the bigger races, you know, like international races. Yeah, hopefully everything go like the plan we want.
And on a prestigious race night here in Bahrain, how important and how special is this to you as a winning trainer to win on this night?
Yeah, sure. You know, like today it was out of the plan to run him. But because of the rate because of the day, because of the night tonight, so we just try to manage the horse and bring him back for this night. And thanks God, everything go well. Yes.
You've got a trophy to go and get. Ali, well done.
Thank you very much.
Race 4 was the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup, the numbers 2, 1, 7 and 4. And now race 4 is official. Weighed in, weighed in.
So here we are then for the trophy presentation for race 4. It is the Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup. Congratulations to our winner then, Avago Joe, in the colours of AMS Racing, trained by Ali Jan, ridden by Ibrahim Nader, and we welcome up onto the presentation stage to present the trophy. It is Mr. Joseph Nakashi, Regional Director of SEIKO, and alongside also Mr. Abbas Shirazi, Director of the Bahrain Jewellery Centre. So well done to AMS Racing, Hassan Abdullah receiving the trophy. It was Avago Joe who won the domestic Grade 1 Grand SEIKO-BAHRAIN Jewellery Centre Cup.
Race number 5 this evening is a race for fillies and mares. It is the Gulfair Cup. It is a maiden race for locally bred fillies and mares, running over 1,200 metres or 6 furlongs on the straight course. A full field of 18 runners will go to post. Here are the runners and riders. Number 1 is Al Hadba, the mount of Hassan Al Safa, third here on the last run last season, back in February. Number 2 is Al Mazuna and Hussein Asgar. Number 3, one of several debutants in the field, that is N Bihar, the mount of Mohammed Jamil, and Mohammed cannot claim his full apprentice allowance. He's putting up half a kilo over. Number 4 is Gara and Adnan Jaffa. Scratch the 5, Gazelle. Scratch the 5. The 6 is Jadwa, ridden by Ahmed Maki, and Ahmed is putting up 1 kilo of overweight, 1 over on the 6. Number 7 is Jalamid Hussein Maki. Number 8, newcomer Visionary, the mount of Ali Issa, and Ali cannot claim the full apprentice allowance and puts up half a kilo of overweight, half over on the 8. Number 9 is Call Me Maybe, Anderlee Newman. Number 10 is a debutant, Fatal Obsession, Marcialis Juarez. Number 11 is Gomaraya and Erahin Jazib. Number 12 is Habayib. Habayib is ridden by Abdullah Faisal, and Abdullah is putting up 1.5 kilos over, 1.5 over on the 12. Number 13 is another debutant, Recollection. Recollection is ridden by Alejandro Brun. Number 14 is La Hayab, the mount of Ibrahim Nada, finished third here over course and distance in March. Number 15, the newcomer, is Retage and David Lishka. 16, a running eagle, Milan Zatlukal. 17, another newcomer, the Blue Lady, Shami Heffernan. Number 18 is Thriver and Sheen All. From the also eligible list, the reserve, number 19, Al Kamera, draws into the field and will race. The 19 will run. Make the rider, Marcelian Col Marcach. Marcelian Col Marcach will now ride the 19, and the 19, Al Kamera, will break from stall number 8. Stall 8 for horse 19. Scratch the other reserves, the 20 and the 21. A field of 18 will go to post for the Gulfair Cup for fillies and mares. This maiden over 1,200 metres. The post time is at 5:40. Horses are now in the parade ring. Post time is in 12 minutes.
Gulfair Cup, it's another straight sprint, this time over 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs. Mark's taken you through the runners and riders, and now you can have a look at the horses. The horse in the foreground is Almaz Yuna, but the first horse that we're going to show you is Al Hadba. This is number 1.
Yeah, a bit of experience. She has been placed 4 times. I think this filly is looking very well. She's compact. She's one that has got a rating, and she's towards the top of those that have.
Looks well. Let's take another look at Almaz Yuna, who's getting rather warm.
Yeah, she is starting to sweat quite a lot. She's got that red hood on, quite a forward-going buzzy type, quite light-framed.
Little string halt as well to Almaz Yuna. Here's number 3. I like this mare. She looks really well. N Bihar making her debut here.
Yeah, she does look well. She's rangy, got a bit of size, got a bit of scope, beautifully relaxed as well on debut.
Yeah, pretty talented in the UK, N Bihar. Number 4 is Gara.
Yeah, strong filly. She's another one who's got a bit of size and scope about her. She's the eldest in the field, a 10-year-old.
Number 6 is next, Jadwa.
She's only small, pretty racy on her toes, as you can see. She's the low-rated maiden and skips the handicap option to try and go for one of these type of races again.
7 is Jalamid.
She's really sweaty as well, but you can see she's got the blinkers on to try and rev her up. They're certainly doing that job.
Yeah, really getting quite notably stewed up. There's number 8, Visionary.
Yeah, another who makes her racecourse debut. Another who, she's not tall, but she's racy, and she certainly looked fit.
10 is Fatal Obsession. Alan Smith with this 4-year-old debutante.
She'll be my paddock pick, I think, Nick. Big, strong. She had a bit of size and scope about her. A couple of white legs there. She's quite flashy.
11 is next, Gumraya.
Another who reaches the racecourse for the first time. She still looks a little bit immature physically, and she can improve with a bit more time.
12 is next, Habayib.
She's another who looks very fit. She is absolutely ready for today.
13 is Recollection, bidding to give Alan Smith and Victorious another winner.
She had quite a sizable filly. She's a 4-year-old making her racecourse debut. Athletic jockey, jumping on like that.
Well, and she's quite green, quite on the muscle. There's Lahayab.
She's been on her toes throughout, not just when the jockeys have been getting on board. She's quite worked up in the prelims, but she has got a hood on, so they must be expecting that.
And that is 13, roaring away in the paddock, Recollection. This is 15, Retaj.
Yeah, quite a tall filly, yet to really fill into that frame. This is another who makes her racecourse debut.
16 is Running Eagle.
Seventh on her only start. That was last season, a bit of time since we've seen her on the track.
Well, Alan Smith is mob-handed in this race. Shamie Heffernan, who's already ridden a winner for him today on Byline, rides the Blue Lady.
Yeah, proper striking, dark black filly. She looks very well in herself. She's taken everything in her stride so far. Let's see how she canters down to the start.
And one or two of these are showing notable signs of inexperience, and Alquamera has planted herself in the hands of Martelian Kulmarkaj.
She had the lip chain on going around the paddock, so she obviously not the easiest to handle. It looks as if they're just trying to lead her down to start with. Hopefully she can jog away, follow one or two others down, and once she's down there, she might be more relaxed.
We haven't seen filly 9, Call Me Maybe. There she is, another one of the Alan Smith runners. Lee Newman taking the ride on her, and she's the benefit of a run under her belt.
Yeah, that was back in March, and she was 5th that day, but she's got experience, and a lot of them don't.
Okay, you've seen all bar one of the horses that remain in this race. 18 Thriver is the one that we haven't seen, and making their way down to the 6 furlong straight start. So you said that which horse caught your eye in the paddock, Meg?
2, number 10 Fatal Obsession. I thought she was a nice type of filly, 4-year-old making her racecourse debut. She was just big, strong. She had a bit more substance to her than one or two others. And also the mare at the top, Al Hadba, who has got experience. She's been placed a few times.
Salam alaikum. I'm not sure what he thinks. I'm hoping he thinks like me, that Enbihar might be able to make a belated winning debut here at the age of 6. I rather liked her.
Yeah, she definitely had a bit of scope, and she was rangy, wasn't she? Interesting that she does make that late debut, though. It might have just taken her a bit of time to fill into herself.
Of course, the racing world converges on this glorious crucible here in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and Nick Lightfoot has caught up with one visiting dignitary.
Yeah, definitely. From York to Bahrain, William Darby, director of the racing scene over there. It's an evolving partnership, isn't it? York Racecourse and out here as well.
Yeah, fantastic partnership between ourselves and Bahrain, with the Strensel Sates at the Ebor Festival being a win and you're in for the Bahrain Trophy. So last year we had Spirit Dancer the first year, win with us and then come over and of course perform such an impressive performance here before going on to Saudi. So an immediate start to that relationship, and something we're very proud of. And we've got 3 runners today from the UK that have all run at York, one at York, coming in the big race tonight.
You couldn't have written a script really as good as that with Spirit Dancer. The first year you have the tie-up and he goes and does what he does a few months later.
Yeah, and he's won three times on the Naysmar, but of course winning the Sky Bet Strensel, that Group 3 that we have on the Saturday of the Sky Bet Ebor Festival, worked really well and a really good lead-in Richard Fahy and Ushinor, who are great supporters of York Racehorse, coming over and winning for Sir Alex and Jed. So yeah, we're really proud of the relationship. We work very closely with Ed Veal. Ed's been with York before Bahrain, so we know him well, and really proud to be here in the Kingdom tonight.
How many visits have you personally made out here?
This is my first, Nick, so I've really enjoyed this week. You know, just such an amazing country and at a racetrack, and obviously somewhere going places, and we wish Sheikh Issa and all the team all the best for the future. I know they've got big plans for the site. I've been blown away by the welcome, and yeah, really enjoyed it.
I'm sure they're delighted to have you, William. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good to hear from William Darby, the Chief Executive of York Racecourse, and that Strensel Stakes that William was referring to was the springboard to Spirit Dancer's victory in the Bahrain International 12 months ago. Right, they are starting to behave a little bit better, this group of very inexperienced fillies and mares, Megan.
Yeah, one or two of them have not been the most straightforward. Thriver here in shot is one that we didn't get to see. Ushin Orr on board. He's hoping for a big night and to retain his crown with Spirit Dancer. Now this filly, she's quite small. She's certainly got a little bit of experience in comparison to a few, and she's ran okay in the placings before.
Quite a light sort of filly, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She certainly looks fit. She's not ran for a year, but she looks ready to go. A few of these fillies, though, I think the occasion's getting to them a bit. A big crowd here, quite noisy, and they're starting to sweat up quite a lot.
All right, loading process is about to begin then for this Gulf Air Cup. Down at the 6 furlong start. Take a little bit of marshalling here.
Yeah, I think, you know, looking at them as a whole, the fillies that have got the experience already are certainly the ones I'd be looking for. They're behaving much better. They've been easier in the prelims, and a few of those debutantes just getting a bit worked up. I do like Fatal Obsession, who is making her racecourse debut, but she stood out as being one of the most professionals as well.
Well, this is certainly the most atmospheric I can remember it here on Bahrain International night. And pushing the feature race back to 7:35 has clearly had the desired effect.
It's absolutely rammed here. We are in such a great spot. We're right in the middle of the crowd and the action, and the atmosphere is really building. There's a real buzz ahead of the Bahrain International Trophy in a couple of hours' time, and everyone's still flooding in. It's great.
Who do you think is going to win it, Meg?
I think Lead Artist has a massive chance. You know, he's the 3-year-old of the field. He's the unexposed type, and looking forward to seeing them all in the paddock. I think I'll make my mind up for sure then.
Yeah, I know it's a real personal crusade of co-trainer Thady Gosden to have a winner of the Bahrain International. He's really put his heart and soul into these trips to Bahrain in recent seasons. Fully committed to winning this race. And Lead Artist, probably the most talented horse they brought out here.
They've gone close a couple of times, and it's frustrating when you don't, you know, quite get it done. So I think Lead Artist, yeah, they're absolutely looking forward to running him again.
All right, so runners about to load the gate then for the Gulf Air Cup. Biggest field of the night, fillies and mares, maiden, local breds. Megan, your final thoughts?
Well, it's interesting in our previous sprint that the stand side seemed to be the place to go. So are we going to be looking for high draws once again here? I would suggest maybe so.
It can be the way. It can be the way here when you've got a really big field. And that be interesting to see where the runners opt to converge here. Varying degrees of experience, a lot of unraced horses. Stalls are nearly ready to roll. The lights really are pretty spectacular.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the track lit up now, and how quickly they got them up and how effective it really is. It makes a huge difference, and it just shows it's a start to the developments that are going on here. And look, the track is in exceptional condition, the ground's beautiful, and those floodlights glowing on the grass, it's an amazing evening.
So we are at post time for the Gulf Air Cup. A reminder that after this race we have 3 more races. And of course we're building to our feature, which comes as race 8, 7:35 this evening, the Bahrain International Trophy. Starting to load for the Gulf Air Cup. All right. Let's hand up to our caller, Mark Johnson.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. So the first of the runners have now moved into line. Moving in is Al Hadba. Arguably comes in here with some of the very best form, that third over course and distance in handicap company. Gara going into one of the stalls closest to the grandstand side, went into stall number 18. The light blue of Habaib and Abdullah Faisal, who's putting up 1.5 kilos over. The chestnut filly with the white blaze is Call Me Maybe, with Lee Newman looking for a second win on the evening. Call Me Maybe due into stall number 6, using the full length of the straight course here, all 1,200 metres. The rider who is just getting back aboard in the stalls is David Lishka. He's on the newcomer Retage, who is into stall number 3. 2 horses who'll be closer to that camera once they break will be stall number 1, which is Visionary, and stall number 2 will be Running Eagle. Or we may be just being a little nervous about going forward, as instead the reserve who drew into the field, Al Kameira, goes in. She gets stall 8, because that would have been the stall that the non-runner number 5 Gazelle was going to use, so the reserve goes into that gate. Blindfold is going to be tried now on Call Me Maybe, and they give her a turn. One of 3 runners in this race running in the colours of M and E Racing, the red and white half silks. Fatal Obsession, the newcomer, and the other newcomer, the Blue Lady, being their other 2 runners. Nearest to us, Visionary, first time starter, goes into stall 1, right against the inside rail. Call Me Maybe, who's been delaying the load, has got in okay now. Next one to go forward, the all dark blue colours of another newcomer, Gomraya, with Rahim Jazim, who rode the winner of our Arabian race right at the start of today's card. What an exciting local Arabian Guhaylan Al Adiyat is going to be this season. The red cap belonging to newcomer Fatal Obsession with Marciales Juarez goes into stall number 10. We're down now to the last 3 or so to load. Stall 2, Running Eagle, yet to be occupied. That's Running Eagle, who's just got in, went in at some speed with the blindfold on, and is now restless. Milan Zatlukal is the rider, just trying to get her settled, and that now has triggered off Visionary in stall number 1. That's right over on the far side of the stalls. The Blue Lady goes forward, and it will be Lahayab, who's just about going to be the last one to go in. That's it. 18 of them. They're in the gate. And they're off. Racing over 1200 for the Gulf Air Cup Fillies and Mares Maiden, and through the very early stages, Call Me Maybe in the centre was away alertly. Thriver is right up there, and so too is Garrar, and it's Garrar with the white blaze who's now come through to take the lead. Also showing speed towards the near side is Jadwar. Jadwar and Garrar are now the first two, with Lahayab racing between them in third. Gumburaya is also forward. The one who is totally tailed off about 100 yards behind the others is Nbihar as they race through halfway. It is Jadwar towards the near side. Garrar over on the far side, the first two. Gumburaya is racing in third. Habayib is staying on the light blue colours in fourth. Al Hadba is also beginning to pick up. Then towards the near side, being ridden along but trying to close is Thriver. They're well strung out now as they enter the final 300. And over on the far side, it is Habayib. Habayib has the lead. Al Hadba is now between fillies. Back in third is Garrar. Towards the near side, the newcomer, the Blue Lady, is beginning to pick up really well, but she's running out of time. It is now Al Hadba who has just got the lead as they race up towards the line. It is Al Hadba from Habayib in second, staying on Call Me Maybe, and also involved in the minors was the Blue Lady, followed home by Thriver.
12-9, 1-12-9, the 1-2-3 in the Gulf Air Cup. And the thrice raced Al Hadba breaks her maiden in the hands of Hassan Al Safar for Abbas Al Wamali in the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing. Good run last time in a big field, even bigger field today, and she looks pretty progressive.
She does, and it'll be interesting to see if she steps up in trip, because she was a little bit outpaced but stayed on really well in that final furlong. She had the experience over plenty of others. She looked great beforehand. She's managed to get off the mark today.
Good run in second place from Habaib. Both the front two had significant experience, and the third, Call Me Maybe, she's run very well. She'd only had the one start prior to this, and she stepped up to fare the best of the Alan Smith quintet.
Yeah, but as you say, 3 horses there, the first 3 home, all had experience. That was the key, I think, here. But a couple of debutantes that definitely shape with promise.
And we talked and speculated about the draw beforehand, Meg, but as it transpired, most of the action unfolded over on the far side.
Yeah, they were sort of drawn low to middle, weren't they? But that was where the pace was. A very sharp running eagle out the gates in stall 2 sort of set the pace early, and it's ended up opening up nicely for the winner, who was in stall 9.
And in light of that, in light of where the action unfolded, I think you'd have to upgrade the third place mare's performance. Call Me Maybe the third place filly's performance. She's run on quite nicely.
She has. She stayed on well from a different part of the track.
All right, here's Mark with the full result.
Well, as a photo for third place, we have the first 2 home in the Gulf Air Cup. Fillies and Mares Local Bred Maiden. First, number 1, Al Hadba. Second was number 12, Habayib. And there is a photo finish for third place. A photo finish for third place.
It got quite close together late, winner and runner-up. And I don't think there'll be any alteration to the results. And we'll confirm that photograph for third place as well. But it is victory for Al Hadba, as predicted by my co-host Megan Nichols. You having a good night, Meg?
Well, so far so good. I just thought this filly with the experience, looking great as well. A couple of positives there, and now she's got her head in front, returning to handicaps. I don't think this is going to be the last time we'll see her winning this season.
Indeed not. Confirmed number 9, Call Me Maybe, is third. Call Me Maybe has been confirmed as filling third, and she won't be too long breaking her maiden for her powerful stable. But it is Al Hadba that has won today. A bay mare by Daman out of Perfect Quest by Bush Ranger, bred here in Bahrain by Al Jazeera Stud and owned by Al Mohammedia Racing for Abbas Al Malawi and Hassan Al Safar. And alongside the winning rider, well, I think he's given her the slip, you know, Meg. We got a brief glimpse of Ali Vance there. But I think we might save this one for for another day. He's in a rush to get back to the winner's circle, and who could blame him?
Please, coming.
I think they can distract the result. It's just about don't do too long. A tremendous global representation in the Bahrain International Trophy later. Cornwall Stud represented with Point Lonsdale, and on behalf of them, Christy Grassick. Christy, thank you for joining us. You were just saying this is your third time here, but it changes and develops each and every year, doesn't it?
Every year. They're making fantastic improvements the whole time. It's become an international event, and I think this year's is probably a Group 1 standard, and I would say long term, probably in the next year, it'll be up to Group 1 status. And I must say, we've been looked after so well. And look, let's hope Point Lonsdale runs. He ran a big race last year, yes. And we're hoping he's coming back in trip. But look, he's fresh and well, and Aidan is happy with him. And we've got Ryan Moore, so we won't complain. But
he's a tremendously versatile horse these days, isn't he, trip-wise?
Listen, he's never run a bad race, to be fair. So he's going to be thereabouts. But they'll want a decent pace in the race from his point of view. But I must say, we've been so well treated here. It's a fantastic country to look after international people, and they should be proud of what they've done with the grandstand, the whole facilities, and the most important thing is the track is in fantastic condition.
Richie, thank you very much. Good luck later.
No, Tom. Thank you very much.
Race 5 was the Gulf Air Cup, a maiden for locally bred fillies and mares. The order of finish 1, 12, 9 and 17, and race 5 is now official. Weighed in, weighed in.
So we come to the trophy presentation for the Gulf Air Cup, and we welcome onto the stage Mr. Khalid Taki, Chairman of Gulf Air, and Dr. Jeffrey Goh, Acting Chief Executive Officer of Gulf Air. Congratulations to Al Hadba, winner of this race, and receiving the trophy on behalf of Al Mohammedia Racing. It is His Highness Sheikh Nada bin Mohammed Al Khalifa, His Highness Sheikh Ali bin Mohammed Al Khalifa and His Highness Sheikh Noor bin Mohammed Al Khalifa. Representing Al Mohammedia Racing, well done to trainer Abbas Al Muali and jockey Hassan Al Safa Al Hadba, the winner of the Gulf Air Cup.
What a beautiful night in Bahrain, and we're building towards our feature race, the 2024 running of the Bahrain International Trophy. We're going to take you back a little while to race 4, which was a terrific finish, a wonderful victory for Avago Joe, really progressive sprinter ridden by Ibrahim Nud. And I think, Megan, we can have a look at the jockey camera footage.
Yeah, what an angle to get as well. It'll be interesting to see it from the jockey's point of view down that beautiful home straight. And you can see he was obviously happy to take a lead on Avago Joe. Fast fractions out in front.
Yeah, I don't think he had an awful lot of choice, but he gets a little bit of cover and gets a toe into the race, a draft into the race from the horse in front. That's the filly Indispensable. But you can just see, just can't go the pace at this point, just maintaining his patience.
He is, yeah, he took his time, didn't want to challenge too early. He knows Avago Joe stays the 6 furlong, so I'm sure that Abraham was not too worried about the fast fractions. And as we get into the final couple of furlongs, you can see the grandstand there glowing on the left-hand side, but Avago Joe finds top gear, and he's really strong now to the line.
And of course, he's challenging a long way away from his main rival, Army Ethos, who he won't have seen until fairly late.
Yeah, they challenged on opposite sides of the track, but at this point they came a little bit closer together. Avago Joe had sort of stretched maybe a length clear, really strong and good through the line. We know he stays well. Proper celebration as well afterwards, which is great.
I think it's fair to say he was quite happy. Ibrahim Nada riding Avago Joe to win our 4th race today. Now, we've had so many really important innovations here at the Bahrain Turf Club. The extended paddock, the beautiful floodlights, the place bathed in a lovely evening glow. New renovations to the grandstand. Each and every year this event just gets a little better and a little better still, and much of that is down to the work of the management team here, as Ed Veal, the Director of Racing and International Affairs, has been explaining.
This year's the 6th edition of the Bahrain International Trophy. It's amazing to think how far the race has come in what is relatively a short time period for an international race. I'm lucky that I've been able to witness all 5 editions to date here, so I can look back on the race rather fondly, and there's some great memories already.
What does a day like this mean to you and to everybody involved in the racing community in Bahrain?
Well, it means everything really, to welcome
everyone here to Bahrain and everyone who decided to come and take part.
So that was a great way to start the race, I suppose, and since then it's just been a huge rise for the race and for the country. It's a truly international race, and it always attracts runners from around the world. And actually, in the 5 editions, to have a winner from 4 different jurisdictions has been a true credit to what the event was set up to be. I know His Highness looked at the race as a way of promoting Bahrain. It's a truly international event as well as just a race. It's a great way of getting people into the country, and I suppose showcasing what racing at the REHC is all about. So it's been a great foundation for promoting the sport here in Bahrain. I think back to the first race in 2019.
And they're off in the Bahrain International Trophy Intelligent.
Well, Royal Julius for France won the race. It was a thrilling race. It was a truly international field that the country had assembled in just the first running of the trophy.
It's proposed who leads the chase. Julius still has a chance.
Very dramatic win, swept from the back of the field to win in a great manner.
But on the outside, Royal Julius for France. Royal Julius and Stefan Pasquier broke the heart of Bahrain and Rustang, followed on by...
Obviously in 2020 with Simsir for Bahrain to train a winner of their own race for Fawzi Nasser.
And that's it, they're away, racing in the 2020 running of the Bahrain International Trophy.
A very different race to 2019. This was a horse that got away in Simsir.
But Simsir is clear inside the final 200.
Simsir slipped the field and none of them were able to catch him.
Franchidatori suffering between the pair. Simsir held on.
And that was, I suppose, the second year was a turning point in the race and the type of horses that we were able to attract. And we had a classic winner in Sovereign in the race, horses that were winning group races back in the UK, Ireland and France. So it was a shift in how the race was going to progress, and since then in 2021 with Lord Glitters, a real globetrotter, a horse that's won Group 1s in multiple countries.
And they're off in the Bahrain International Trophy. Glitters, they race towards the end of the back stretch. It's all Glitters, and the race left towards the line.
So that was a real kind of changing moment, and to see the rise of the race. And then going on to 2022 with Dubai Future.
And they're off in the Bahrain International Trophy.
It was great for Godolphin to have a winner. I mean, Godolphin have been a huge supporter of racing here.
And Dubai Future wins the Bahrain International.
So that was fantastic for them and for their trainer, Saeed bin Sarur. And last year, 2023, I think that was the one that excited everyone the most.
All in, and they're off. And it was a sleepy beginning.
It was a great race, of course, but the fact that Sir Alex Ferguson, such a legend of world sport, was here in Bahrain to witness it, and I think everyone enjoyed and joined in with his celebrations.
A big international win for Sir Alex Ferguson. Spirit Dancer wins the Bahrain International Trophy. Israel, Point Lonsdale and Real World, all 5 of them.
Yeah, to get a race like the Bahrain International Trophy together is a lot of moving parts, I suppose, because of the nature of bringing horses in from a number of countries. So for the club, the way that we approach a race like this, we launch trying to get international horses through our promotional plan in the summer. So we launched this race around July when we launched the whole of our racing season.
It's amazing to be back. It's a great opportunity for us to launch our international calendar for 2024-25.
And then we deal with the logistics. So the logistics for this year has been in particular of interest because we have had horses shipping from 3 different locations. So we had the first flight that arrived was from Europe. So 2 horses trained in France fly from Luxembourg into Bahrain International Airport. Later that evening we had a flight from Japan. So Japanese horses, and having Japanese horses this year is such an exciting addition for the race, and it's such an exciting addition for the country. The race has evolved to be at that level where we can now attract the world's best horses, and I think most recently Japan have showed world racing that they are at the very top. So it's an indication of where our race has got to, that we are now able to attract the very best horses. And the Japanese fans and anyone interested in racing in that part of the world just has such a passion for the sport. So it's going to be great to hopefully feed off some of that energy come race day. They'll be here represented, obviously with the team travelling with the horse, but with some media from Japan. So we're looking forward to welcoming them here. And as I said, we can feed off their passion for the sport. I suppose the way that the race has grown, we've achieved what we wanted to in terms of broadening our horizons to different racing jurisdictions and to bringing them in. We aspire to be at the very top. That's why we're trying to get the top horses. And the next step for us is to achieve Group 1 status, to be at the very top level of the sport, to continue having the best horses, the best jockeys, the best trainers represented. And from that, it will allow us to hopefully use the race at the beginning of the season to set the tone for the rest of the year and continue to welcome international horses.
تستمر البحرين تصدر أروع قصص النجاح وتشكل فارقاً في كل حكاية وإنجاز. نواصل المسير ونحقق كل الرؤى بقيادة تملك نظرة ثاقبة وطموح بلا حدود.
I mean, I saw a different side of the race as I didn't have a runner, so I was looking at the entire field as they were coming down.
You were calmer today?
Much calmer. I mean, on my nerves for different reasons, but the day went well and the race was a huge success.
And so we now move on to race 6 in front of this large crowd, and it's the Beyon Cup. It's for imported thoroughbreds. It's a handicap over the 1200 metres, 6 furlongs on the straight course, a field of 13 with no changes. They're already making their way down to the start. And number 1 of 2 horses making their Bahrain debut this evening. That is Chandigarh. Chandigarh's ridden by Ahmed Marki. Number 2 is Mr. McCann and Ibrahim Nada. 3, Ventura Rebel, very edgy in the prelims, a Sheen Orr aboard, and Ventura Rebel also making his Bahrain debut. Number 4 is last year's winner of this race, Aman. Aman is ridden by Abdullah Faisal. 5, Notions, Adre de Vries. 6, Edward Cornelius, PJ McDonald. Number 7, Instinctive Move and Shamie Heffernan. Number 8 is London Luck, the veteran of the field, the 9-year-old, ridden by Jim Crowley. Jim is putting up half a kilo of overweight. Number 9 is Ibn Arabi, 11th in this race last year. Hassan Al Safa rides. 10 is Mr. Irrelevant and Andrew Breslin. Number 11 is the mare Assel. She is ridden by David Lishka. David is putting up 2 kilos of overweight. Number 12, Fleet Admiral Stefan Lajad at half a kilo overweight. And number 13 is Neptunian for A. Ramin Jazim, who is putting up half a kilo of overweight. That's the field for the Beyon Cup over the straight 1200 metres. Post time for this race is at 6:15. Post time is in 8 minutes.
Here we go then for the Beyon Cup. Horses down at the start. Mark's talking you through them. Here's Instinctive Move. Megan Nichols alongside me. This is a horse that I think has got a lot more to offer, Megan. He looks magnificent.
Yeah, we both picked him out in the paddock. He really stood out, looking absolutely exceptional, and he was well beaten on his return. However, he has the advantage of a run, and he was a local Grade 2 winner last year. So back in a handicap, he is more than capable of a mark of 83. If he can bounce back, he's got a massive chance.
From a very good family of sprinters, and of course that run last time was behind none other than Have a Go Joe, who won our feature sprint earlier on today. So expect better today from Instinctive Move. Take a look at 1 or 2 others. The horse just right in the foreground there is number 8, London Look. Jim Crowley is an interesting booking for this horse. again, he's going to need to take a step forward from that seasonal debut, but it's not impossible.
No, it's not, and he steps back down in trip today. He's on a much reduced mark, but Nick, 5 years since this horse has won. Although he's gone and ran some decent races in defeat, he's not got his head in front for a while.
All right, horse at the top of the picture there. The striped sleeves. Pick that one out for you. Number 9, Ibn Arabi, Hassan Al Safar for Ali Nasser. Third last time over this distance, and that should have put him spot on.
That was a nice return, actually. Yeah, he was a winner last year over the 5 furlongs, but he certainly does stay the 6 as well. So interesting that he's sticking to the 1,200 metres today, and if he can step forward on his return, he can go close.
Let's take a look at one or two of the newcomers to Bahrain. One of those is Ventura Rebel, who was a pretty smart horse when trained in Great Britain, and Ashinor will know him well.
He will. He was previously trained by Richard Fahy. He was over in Dubai since. He was winless there, but he ran well in a couple of sprints. This is his stable debut today. Another who's down to a reduced mark of 89. He canted down to the post, a little keen in the hands of Ashinor, so keep an eye on him in the early parts of the race.
Number 10, Mr. Irrelevant, is the horse that is being walked to post by Andrew Breslin for Fauzi Nas. Just holding proceedings up a shade.
Yeah, he's obviously proven a little tricky to get behind the stalls, but they're nearly there now. Andrew Breslin, another UK-based rider who's over here for this season, and he'll be a good addition to the jockey ranks here. Mr. Irrelevant was a solid handicapper in the UK for Grant Sure. He was well beaten in his first start here, but that was over 7 furlongs, and I believe this horse is very much a sprinter, so dropping back down to the 6 can really help him.
Right of shot there is Amman, green silks with a black cap. We're going to head out and catch up with Nick Lightfoot. Lighters, what do you got for us?
I've got the Chief Operating Officer of Godolphin, Hugh Anderson, alongside. Hugh, thanks for joining us. It's been a happy hunting ground to a degree, this race here, the Bahrain International Trophy for Godolphin. That fine 1-2 a couple of years ago stands out.
Definitely. It's great to be back, and there's a bit of unfinished business for Nation's Pride, obviously, after last year. I'd like to think that since 12 months ago, he's actually had a very, very good campaign. Yes. He's got to be in a good place. I know William's very pleased with him, and Charlie likewise. So, well, it's just great to be back here. I think Godolphin will always be huge supporters of the racing here in Bahrain. We're very grateful for what it's doing for the region and what it's doing for us.
Well, we need a horse like a Nation's Pride to be competitive in a race such as the strength as it is now. It gets better and better every year.
Oh yeah, you look at the race card now, and there are, at least half a dozen very worthy contenders, if not more, any of which could win it. So yeah, we're very excited, quietly optimistic.
And of course, so familiar at Dubai, the racing scene out there, and that is Under the Lights at Meydan. This is the new innovation here, and it adds to the occasion and the atmosphere when you're racing under the lights.
Absolutely, the atmosphere here, and I'm slightly embarrassed to say I've never been here before. But
do you know this is his first visit?
Yeah, my first visit, and I'm bowled over by the hospitality and the professionalism. It's a wonderful track. It's been a great privilege to meet the Crown Prince and Sheikh Issa, and we're very grateful. I think it's a fabulous track, fabulous atmosphere. Looking forward to the big race.
The Godolphin winner wouldn't go amiss either. Hugh, thank you very much, and good luck later.
Thanks very much, Nick.
Hugh Anderson, Godolphin Chief Operating Officer, Nation's Pride. A little disappointing in the Bahrain International last year, but a 4-time Group or Grade 1 winner, has made hay on the firm turf surfaces in North America, including in the Arlington Million this year, which is now run at Colonial Downs. And Nation's Pride has looked exceptional on the training track this week.
He has. He's in real good order, and it's notable that they've freshened him up and a slightly different route to this year's race. So that could certainly help his chances. But obviously, only a couple of minutes now until race 6 is underway, and a pretty competitive handicap we have here.
Post time 6:15. We're just 2 minutes away. Catching up time well here. 1,200 metres on the outer track. And our thoughts about the draw were, I think, unfounded, showing us the dangers of drawing too many hard and fast conclusions after one piece of evidence.
I suppose that both occasions on the straight track, it's been a case of where the pace has come from, and I actually thought, looking at it, it's pretty well spread, and it just shows how much of an even and fair track it is. You know, we've had winners drawn high and winners drawn low this evening already. On looks, instinctive move, he stood out to me, Nick, in the paddock. He looked absolutely exceptional. He was a local Grade 2 winner last year. Back in a handicap, he has got a good chance.
Yeah, and the handicap has cut him an awful lot of slack in very little time, and he's come down £10 in 3 runs. And can Shamie Heffernan work his magic for the second time tonight for Alan Smith? Mark Johnson is waiting for us for the Beyon Cup.
And already about a third of the field have moved into line. Notions and Adre de Vries have just got into stall 9. Nearest to us, this is Mr. McCann and double seeking Ibrahim Nada going into stall 2. The dark blue colours of Neptunian, another double seeking rider, Rahin Jazim, going into stall 10. Moving forward with the blindfold on is Ibn Arabi, finished down the field in this race 12 months ago. Hassan Al Safa was aboard our maiden race winner of the Gulf Air Cup just 40 minutes or so ago. Looks for another winner here on Ibn Arabi, who had the blindfold on to even go behind the starting stalls. But a nervous sort, and been given a couple of turns. Still out of line, the likes of last year's winner Aman. We're coming out of stall 1. Aman, the mount of Abdullah Faisal. Green colours, stood patiently right near the stop boards. And still it is Ibn Arabi who is the one just delaying things. They're going to load one or two of the others now ahead. Here goes Chandigarh, who's still looking for a first ever career success, a maiden after 9 starts, but that form has been solid enough, including in group company, to rate top weight here in this important handicap. Chandigarh, one of the 2 Bahrain debutants, as once again the gate crew try Ibn Arabi. The other newcomer to Bahrain, Ventura Rebel, and Asheen all going into stall 12. Ventura Rebel was very edgy in the paddock and also keen on the way to the start, but he's calmed down now that he is at the post, and he's a horse that Asheen Orr knows very well from his time in the UK. Starting team just beginning now to run out of patience with Ibn Arabi, who again goes about a third of the way in and backs out. Just a little edgy is Mr. Irrelevant in stall 10. He was the one who had to be dismounted on the way down by Andrew Breslin. He got about 100 metres from the stalls, took a look at them and didn't want to go any closer, so he's another one who's just a little bit edgy. Last year's winner, Aman, for the first time moves. He's going to move forward, and still we are around about only halfway through the load. The grey Assel, another one still out of line, as again Ibn Arabi moves forward. And Ibn Arabi won't get too many more chances. Now in a muck sweat down at the starting point. Again, got about a third of the way in and then backed away. Ibn Arabi's won twice here in Bahrain, once over course and distance, the other win came over 1,000 metres, finished third on his seasonal reappearance, but the others are going in now. Aman, drawn closest to the inner rail, with Abdullah Faisal. And ladies and gentlemen, we have news of a withdrawn horse in this race. Number 9, Ibn Arabi, has been withdrawn. Horse refused to go into the starting stalls. Scratch the 9, Ibn Arabi. So we're down now to the last couple to move forward. This is Fleet Admiral going forward, ridden by Stefan Lajad. That's it, they're in the gate. And they're off in the Beyon Cup. A fast beginning in the centre for Mr. Irrelevant, who is right up there. Instinctive Move, another one who is showing good early speed with Neptunian for company. The two who are running towards the near side. Fleet Admiral is giving an early lead to Ventura Rebel. The others are staying down the centre of the course, led by Instinctive Move. Moving into second is Edward Cornelius, and then into third, Neptunian. The grey Assel is also going forward. Then Chandigarh hunting up the leading group, with London Look already being pushed along. Mr. Irrelevant has lost ground. Mr. McCann is short of pace. At the moment, Amman, last year's winner, is absolute last. Notions is last but one, and they're racing down towards the final 400. Instinctive Move is travelling powerfully for Shamie Heffernan. Tackled now by Chandigarh towards the near side, and these two have pulled clear. Edward Cornelius is in third. London Look is in fourth. On the near side, Ventura Rebel is in fifth. 200 to go, and Instinctive Move still has the lead. The lead, however, is only a length over Chandigarh, who is trying to chase him all the way to the line, but Instinctive Move is moving like a winner. Instinctive Move wins the Beyon Cup. In second came Chandigarh, close call third. London Look near side. Over on the far side, Mr. Irrelevant was staying on, and they were followed home by the likes of Edward Cornelius.
He was brilliant from behind earlier. He was brilliant from the front here. Shamie Heffernan at the double in the Beyon Cup for Alan Smith and His Highness Sheikh Issa's Al Adiyat Racing. Instinctive Move has shown blinding, brazen pace here to win the Beyon Cup, and has finished with loads in hand. Chandigarh has come through for second, London Look in third, but Megan Shamie Heffernan always had this nicely wrapped up.
He looked the best, and he was the best. Very simple on the front end. This horse broke out the gates well, and Shamie just got him in a really nice rhythm out in front, and no one was able to pass him. It was a really nice performance, and good to see him back in the winner's enclosure. He certainly improved from his recent start back.
Just this was the point where you thought, yes, he's got everything in trouble, but he was at pains not to overcommit, because Chandigarh was finding quite plentifully for Ahmed Maki, the outside.
Yeah, he was, but I just think Shamie kept filling Instinctive Move up. He felt as if he had plenty of force still underneath him. It wasn't until they were in the final half a furlong before he really asked this horse to go and stretch and win his race, and he's done just that. It's taken Shamie a while to pull him up as well, Nick. I think this horse is full of running still.
A tiny bit of training this from Alan Smith as well. Yeah, the horse was running in better class races last year, but he's managed to get him down the weights to 83, a mark from which he can be extremely competitive.
Absolutely, and I don't think the night is over for these connections just yet. Shamie Heffernan aboard Ray Important in our next race has a massive chance too. Could it be 3 on the night?
Could easily be, and that's a hell of an effort from the runner-up Chandigarh, who was conceding 3.5 kilos to Instinctive Move, so 6 pounds. That's a decent weight concession to a horse who had plenty of back class and has a pedigree to be a good sprinter. Mark Johnson to confirm the result.
An official result now of race 6, the Beyon Cup. First, number 7, Instinctive Move. Second, 1, Chandigarh. 8, London Look was third. 10, Mr. Irrelevant, fourth. 7, 1, 8 and 10. An official order of finish.
So another winner in these navy silks with the silver epaulets of Al Adiyat Racing. Shamie Heffernan, what a night. Ali Vance.
Congratulations, Shamie. Pretty confident throughout with that ride?
He ran a good race here at the first meeting back. He got a little bit tired. The plan was to get a lead. I'm sure Alan was thinking, what's he doing? But listen, he travels strong, and I had him beaten halfway. He just hangs on. Granted on steering jobs.
A very nice win, and took a while to pull him up. He was full of running.
Yeah. No, he's tough. He's trained well, and I was surprised he took a blow the first day, but that left him spot on. So he was spot on for today.
Two on a big night like tonight in the colours of Al Adiyat Racing. It's important, isn't it?
Well, this is my boss. He's given me the opportunity to polish myself up and get the job done. So it's nice to be out here. I was trying hard to get a ride in the big race, but didn't manage it this time.
And if you could have a ride in the big race, who would you like to be on?
Well, I'd obviously like to be on the highest rated horse, but I think Charlie Appleby's horse comes with the strongest form. So with a bit of luck, I think he's the one I'd like to ride.
Nation's pride. But look, congratulations for your double this evening, and good luck with Rampur in the next.
Yeah, interesting to hear Shamie Heffernan's thoughts on the big race later. I think there is a sort of professional's choice feel about Nation's Pride, even though Lead Artist is a more upwardly mobile horse, maybe has more potential. For all there's last year's winner coming back, and God, he was impressive last year, a feeling that Nation's Pride, if he produces his best, is the solid one to beat.
Having that little break as well, freshened up, is pretty attractive. He's a 4-time Group 1 winner as well, and you know, he has got very solid form. So I'm not surprised Shamie would have chosen him in the big race. However, he was on the right horse here with Instinctive Move, who Shamie said he didn't necessarily want to be in front, but the horse just took him there, travelled with such ease. He was a class above these, back down to such an attractive mark.
This is Bahrain's big night. This is the night where Alan Smith knows he needs to ready these horses to be on their A game, and that's exactly what he's done again. And if you're going to do that, then why not get a jockey who's won multiple classics and is now here in Bahrain for the winter. Shamie Heffernan making a big impression here. Instinctive Move made a decisive move from the stalls, and all the others were always on the back foot. Veteran trainer Alan Smith there. So many winners here in Bahrain. He knows it's another job extremely well done. In the colours of Al Adiyat Racing, Instinctive Move, bred in Great Britain by Richard Kent and the executors of Caroline Lonsdale, has won for Alan Smith and Shamie Heffernan.
So much for getting the lead.
Alan, this way.
Oh, it won't be long. It'll be a quick. Yep, ready to go? The man of the moment, Alan Smith, 3 on the night. We spoke to Paul earlier after the second. I didn't think you were about at this stage, but what a way to make it 3. We were just remarking as well, the rider, he's one hell of a coup to get out here, isn't he, Shamie Heffernan?
Yeah, he's not a bad kid. I think when he loses his claim, he could be all right, you know.
Do you think the eyes of the racing world might go, who's this young upcomer from Ireland?
Yeah, I'm sure they will. But we selected Shamie for the job because he's a team player, he's an experienced jockey, and you know, you need someone to. And at my age, I need a lot of help, so it's nice to have someone who can just give me a tip now and again what to do with the horses.
And on this most prestigious night, it means so much to be the trainer of winners in these colours, under the lights as it is now. What does this mean to you personally and professionally?
Well, I don't do it for me. I work for Sheikh Issa and Sheikh Mohammed, and they're very good people, and it's nice to be able to reward them, you know, on a big night. So, and to do it with nice horses.
And you said 30 years in the Bahrain racing scene to showcase what Bahrain can do to the rest of the world on a night like this, the Bahrain International Trophy coming up a little bit later. It really does showcase everything that's good about the racing scene out here. Yeah,
especially, I think, the Bahrain people. They are very friendly people, very welcoming, and anyone that's come over here, they just can't do enough for them.
Who wins the big one?
Godolphin horse.
Okay, another vote for that one. Alan, well done indeed. We'll get the result with Mark.
All right, thanks a lot.
Race 6 was the Beyon Cup. The numbers 7, 1, 8 and 10. Race 6 is now official. Wade in.
So we come now to the trophy presentation for the Beyon Cup, and we welcome Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalifa Al Khalifa, chairman of Beyon, to make the presentation. And congratulations to Instinctive Move in the colours of Al Adiyat Racing for trainer Alan Smith and jockey Shamie Heffernan, and receiving the trophy then on behalf of Al Adiyat Racing, Their Highnesses Sheikh Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa and Sheikh Abdullah bin Isa Al Khalifa. So well done to Instinctive Move, winner of our 6th race, the Beyon Cup.
We are not far away from the big race of the day, the Bahrain International Trophy, and one of the big race riders who's got the 3-year-olds. The very interesting lead artist. I'm really looking forward to getting a word with Kieran Schumacher. I guess there's just been a lot of talk about this fella, and rightly so, given his progressive profile.
Sure, like he's relatively unexposed. He's a progressive 3-year-old that's getting the weight, so I very much look forward to getting on him this evening.
Gut reactions to everything he's done, does it lead you to think that the trip should be absolutely fine?
Yeah, I have no problems regarding the trip. He stayed it very well. In fact, I felt he wanted it at Newmarket, 9 furlongs, yes. Upper furlong here. It's a relatively easy track, easy 10 furlongs, so I don't think it'll pose any issues.
And from what you've seen of him and presumably felt of him as well, has he acclimatised and transitioned well to warmer climes? I'm sure he has, and enjoyed himself out here.
Yeah, I've ridden him out the last couple of mornings, and he seems to have settled in very well, and he's just been doing sensible canters round, one day on the turf track, one day up just over around the sand. So yeah, he seems very calm, and he's just taking everything in.
In your mind's eye, is it the right kind of setup race as well, having had a look at the opposition where you should be, 12 or 11 other runners in the field, and the track that it is? Does everything sort of play to your favour today?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with our draw in 2 as well. I think it pays to have that inside draw. I know the winner came from a wide draw last year, but it's I'm sure it's an advantage being drawn inside. It's quite a quick run to that first bend, but look, he's in good order. I think he's ready for this task, and yeah, whatever happens this evening, I'm sure it'll be the making of him going forward his 4-year-old career.
You said you've ridden in this race a few times, now under the lights, of course. How much has the racing scene evolved, do you think, in Bahrain in the time that you've been associated with it?
You can notice differences every year. I got a lift here from the hotel with Oisin Murphy, and just driving in the gates here, you couldn't help but take everything in, and it was very noticeable how things have changed from this year to last year, from last year to this year. So it really is going in the right direction, and I love coming out here. You know, it's a pretty special place. It's been good to me. I've had lots of support coming out here, so it's a pleasure to be here.
And it's kind of got that feeling, it's very much a moment in time, isn't it? Mid-November, there's now an association. That's the Bahrain International Trophy. That's a race that is being targeted by bigger, more powerful connections and racehorses coming out here consequently.
Yeah, you can feel the excitement around the race. Some top-class, well-travelled horses are attending today, and some powerhouses in terms of trainers and owners and connections. So it's good to be a part of it.
It's great competition. Kieran, well done.
Thanks, Nick.
Kieran Schumacher, who knows this place, knows Bahrain very well, knows lead artists very well, and is bidding to give John and Thady Gosden a first victory in this race. He'd also be the first 3-year-old to win the race, Megan, and it's the end of a long enough season for him. How do you feel about his chances today?
I like his chances. He's got his perfect conditions. He's very effective on a quick surface. He obviously gets that here. And I suppose he's unexposed in comparison to the elder runners who we've seen at the top level a lot more. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this horse, and he's one that I've followed with interest throughout his season in the UK, and yeah, I think he's got a big chance. 2
sparkling performances really this season. First of them came at Glorious Goodwood. The second of them came here most recently in the Darley Stakes on Newmarket's Rowley Mile. And I spoke to Kieran Schumacher about this earlier in the week, and he was telling me that he was quite happy to really send him and give him a view of the front, trying to motivate him. And he was really pleased with the way that he finished off the race, because the question was he really a horse who was going to stay much beyond a mile? Well, he stayed 9 furlongs in softish ground there, and that gave them the impetus to come here 10 furlongs on fast ground. So again, it's a question mark. Is he really a 10 furlong horse?
I think on this evidence he is. You know, I still think he's better on a quicker surface. He obviously won that day on the good to soft, but he's going to be more comfortable on this. Totally different track. He's won at quirky tracks, Newmarket and Goodwood, so it is a totally different challenge for him today, but you'd like to think that it'll be an easier 10 furlongs for him.
Well, last year the race was won by Spirit Dancer, ridden by Asheen Orr. He's back, but why have one Asheen when you can have 2? Asheen Murphy is with Ali.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yeah, Sheen, you've got the ride on Killer Ability for the Team Japan, one of the 2 runners for Japanese trainers to come over. What do you know about him?
He was a Group 1 winner as a 2-year-old Ali, and he has some really strong form. He was second at the big meeting in Saudi Arabia last February behind Spirit Dancer. It's a tough renewal of the race, I think very, very strong, and it'll take a bit of winning.
Stall 9, that okay?
I think it'd be okay. His horse will probably come back and relax a little bit, and let's see if he can run home strong.
You've been part of this race on a number of occasions. What do you make of it under the floodlights?
Well, it's improving every year. There's obviously been lots of changes to the stand, and you know, it's getting a lot of attention now with horses obviously travelling from all over the world. So I'm delighted that I have a ride in it, and it'd be lovely to win.
An important race then for you to come out and have the ride in this one race. You're back to Newcastle. You're just telling me your busy schedule this weekend.
Yeah, I'm riding at Newcastle tomorrow. There's 2 listed races, but I must say I've only been here a few hours, but I've had a lovely trip. The Four Seasons Hotel and the hospitality has been amazing.
Newcastle tomorrow and Madrid on Sunday, so you really are taking in all of the race courses. Look, thank you very much then to British champion jockey Asheen Murphy. Good luck with Killer Ability.
Cheers, Ali. Thank you.
Asheen Murphy, he truly is relentless. His work ethic at the moment extraordinary, and he's got a great record on these Japanese horses around the world, as well as we saw at the Breeders' Cup on Marshall Lorraine in these colours a few years ago.
Yeah, he's built up a great relationship with these connections for sure. And look, Killer Ability, he was a Group 1 winner at 2. Did he really fulfill the potential into his 3-year-old campaign? Possibly not, but a massive run in the Beyon Cup last year behind Spirit Dancer. On the back of that effort, you'd like to think he can go well here tonight.
Absolutely. Killer Ability, 1 or 2 in the race for Japan, and it's the first time Japanese trained horses have transited here. They did have a runner in the race a few years ago when the mare Deirdre ran, but she was based in the UK. Another horse that Asheen Murphy had a great record on. Right, we've got our curtain raiser ahead of the Bahrain International coming up right now. Here's Mark.
And it's also the longest race of the evening, 2,400 metres, 1.5 miles. They start right in front of the enclosures for the Bapco Energies Cup. It is a handicap for imported thoroughbreds. A field of 5, but a very classy renewal. Number 1 is Zagato, finished 4th in this race last year. Andrew Breslin has the ride. 2 is Panning for Gold and PJ McDonald. Number 3 is Rayounpour and Shamey Hefton riding for Alan Smith. Alan looking for his 4th win of the evening. Shamey looking for his 3rd, and Rayounpour looking for a 3-peat in this race. He won it when it was a weight for age conditions race 2 years ago, and when it was changed to a handicap last year. He's a 4 times course and distance winner. Number 4 is Encourage, 4th in this race back in 2022, and twice a domestic Group 1 winner here in Bahrain in 2022. Hassan Al Safa rides. And rounding out the field is the grey Count Rostov. Winner of 5 races, 4 of them in France, 1 in Abu Dhabi, and the mount of Ibrahim Nada. The Bapco Energies Cup over 2,400 metres is race 7. It has a post time of 6:45. Post time is in 7 minutes.
Longest race of the night, smallest field of the night, but a good race. 30,000 US to the winner here for this Bapco Energies. Zagato, Andrew Breslin for Fauzi Nas to kick off with. Megan.
Yeah, twice a winner last season. He hasn't ran yet this year, but he does go well fresh. See him just getting a little bit warm. Quite a big horse. Maybe he'll take a step forward from this.
Number 2 will be next. Panning for Gold. PJ McDonald for Fauzi Nas. Looks well.
He does. A totally different model to his stablemate. He's much taller and leaner. He certainly looks very fit. Twice a winner last season. Took a big climb up in the weights. He started rated 81. He's now 104.
Lengthy horse, isn't he? It's a physique of a distance runner. Here's 3. Rayon Poor, Shamie Heffernan looking for a treble for Alan Smith.
Can they do it again? He won this race last year. He didn't really progress afterwards. He's £3 higher this time around, but it wouldn't be a surprise to see a big run from this horse.
There's number 4, Encourage. Hassan Al Safar for Ali Abdul Majid, a royal bred horse. Encourage.
He was well beaten on his return, but are likely to have improved plenty for that. 2 years since he's won, but he's dropping in the weights quite considerably, and he could have a chance off a mark of 96.
Yeah, he looks well too. Probably my paddock pick so far. Encourage.
He does look very well. He's nice and relaxed. 1 or 2 of these just getting a little bit hot and sweaty, but Encourage certainly looks well in himself.
At the back of this little group is 5, Count Rostov, who come from stall 4. It's already been a great night for Ibrahim Nida, and he rides this one for Yusuf Alboanian.
Your stamina to prove for this horse, stepping up in trip. He wasn't disgraced by any means on his debut run over here, but this is a pretty tough race. Small field, tactically it's going to be fascinating.
Just the 5 then going to post for this Bapco Energies Cup. The jockeys will be out very shortly.
We are less than an hour away from the big race, the Bahrain International Trophy, 6th edition of it. And Jim Crowley alongside is, I guess, a bit of unfinished business. We talked to Owen Burrows earlier and how Al Flayla was pulled out at the 11th hour a couple of years ago. You finished second in the race last year, so hungry for success this time around.
Yeah, it's obviously a nice race to win. We've ridden it twice and both horses have been in the money. So obviously Al Flayla came here 2 years ago and unfortunately didn't quite make the race, but he seems in good form and yeah, he'll run a big race.
On the best of his European form, he's bang there, isn't he? I suppose in Group 1 company over in Ireland last year and at Royal Ascot earlier this year.
Yeah, obviously look, he was 4th in a Prince of Wales and you know, his only real blip on the copybook was in the Juddmonte International where he was slow away and you know, he probably wasn't in a great mind that day. But listen, he's in good form now, and like I said, the track should suit him. And yes.
What have you made of the track in the time that you've been experienced out here?
It's a nice track. I mean, obviously, you can come from off the pace. I've seen obviously 2 winners of this race have come from Lord Glitters and Spirit Dance have come from behind. So it suits horses on the front end and from the back.
Your trainer, and it's only a few weeks ago since Anmar, he seems such a dab hand at some of these older horses as well, just retaining their ability and their enthusiasm. It's been a strong end to the season, and I guess this could really put the cherry on top. It's
been fantastic, and like I say, what older horses we have at Shadwell, and you know, it's great that they can keep coming back. And so, and like I said, this horse is, I think he's 6 now, so Owen's done a great job keeping him going, and hopefully we're not finished yet with him.
Exactly. Wish you the best of luck in less than an hour. Jim, we'll speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Jim Crowley, who rides Al Flayla in the big race, and he's got the joint highest rating of the race as well on 118. He oughtn't to be discounted. He's a very solid performer at this level, Meg, and I guess it's just a question of whether there are other horses who may improve past him.
Sure. I actually bumped into Jim on the way over in the airport, and he was pretty bullish about this horse's chances. So I think they're expecting a big run. He's trained well since he's been here, and yeah, he's a horse with plenty of ability.
All right, as we move on to our next race, which is our penultimate race, what a sight that is here at the Bahrain Turf Club, bathed in the floodlights here on a glorious evening, and a quintet going to post for the Bapco Energies Cup. And they're loading for the Bapco Energies Cup. Who wins it?
Like Panning for Gold, he ran really nicely on return, actually behind Sovereign Spirit, who we see in our big race next up. So that could be a nice form line.
Will it be him, or will it be a treble for Heffernan and Smith, courtesy of Rayounpour? Either way, this race is going to be described by Mark Johnson.
Already the first couple of runners have moved into the starting stalls. Panning for Gold in 5. The grey Count Rostov into stall number 4. And now the other 3 awaiting their turn. Starting right in front of the enclosures here as Rayounpour goes into stall 1 with Jamie Heffernan, followed in by Zagato, finished 4th behind Rayounpour last year. Finally, Encourage to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. In the Bapco Energies Cup over 2,400 metres, the early lead goes to Encourage. Encourage by half a length. On his outside, it's Zagato in second, and now is Rainback, and it will be Encouraged by a length as they go into the turn. Zagato racing in second, 2.5 lengths away. Count Rostov on the outside of Rayounpour. At the back of the field is Panning for Gold as they make that turn, which will take them down the side of the course. And Encourage and Hassan Al Safa have got the lead with less than 2,000 to go. It is Encourage by an unpestered length and a half. On his outside, Zagato creeping a little closer again. Racing into third, Rayounpour. In 4th is Count Rostov. And still weighted with at the back of the field is Panning for Gold. Now they begin to go into the turn, which takes them on inside the final 1,600 metres. And it's Encourage who still leads the way. He's opened up once again. A lead of over 2 lengths to Zagato in second. A further couple of lengths to Rayounpour, who is racing in third. 1,400 metres out, Count Rostov is last but 1. And Panning for Gold still at the back of the field, but unhurried. At the moment he is racing some 7 lengths off the leader, and the leader continues to be Encourage. Encourage takes them through the halfway point. His lead 2 lengths. over Zagato in second. Ryan Poor racing in third, and he's now got a 2-length break over Count Rostov in fourth. Panning for Gold still last the quintet, and now they're about to go into the far turn. Encourage now just been nudged along to try and keep his advantage at 2 lengths and maintain this solid gallop over Zagato, who is in second. 2.5 lengths back to Rayan Poor in third, and Shamie Heffernan for the first time just changes his hands, urging Rayan Poor now to try and get a little closer as they made the turn in, racing down towards the final 400. Encourage has the lead. Zagato breezing up to challenge on his outside. Rayan Poor is poised to pounce. Panning for Gold tries to stay on down the wide outside. Count Rostov now drops the tail of the field. Inside the final 300, Zagato and Andrew Breslin has the lead over Panning for Gold into second. Rayan Poor in close quarters, cuts to the inside, but out in front it is Zagato, and Zagato kicks again and kicks away. Zagato in the Bapco Energies Cup. Zagato wins Andrew Breslin. Close call second, Rayan Poor on the inside of Panning for Gold. They were clear of Count Rostov and Encourage.
Zagato has won the Bapco Energies Cup. Andrew Breslin for Fawzi Nas. 5 runners went to post, but nonetheless they were able to produce a pretty exciting finish here. Panning for Gold loomed up quite threateningly. Rayan Poor had his go, but ultimately it was Zagato who pulled out most.
Yeah, he was sat behind the leader throughout, and it was a pretty strong gallop, and they didn't manage to close the gap, but Zagato strong to the line, 4th in this last year, an improved performance 12 months later.
Yeah, Panning for Gold travelled really well and loomed up very threateningly, but you could see why the jockey wasn't really going for him, because the response was rather minimal.
Yeah, he just looked a little bit awkward. He got a bit of a bump here, and then he just was hanging slightly under PJ McDonald. That certainly didn't help his chances. Your eye was drawn to Rayan Poor, who travelled nicely, but look at the winner here. Still a double handful for Andrew Breslin. It was just a matter of when he said go.
And you're right, hanging quite badly, Panning for Gold, and between horses Rayan Poor, who just looks the one pacer.
Yeah, he did look a bit one pace. I suppose a £3 higher mark than when winning this last year has possibly just caught him out. Pretty tough of the mark he's on, but Zagato top weight, a mark of 107. He's certainly returned in top form. He can go well fresh, and the team have had him absolutely primed for his return this year.
A good performance from Zagato, the extremely well-bred horse. You wouldn't find a better bred horse on the card today. Mark can confirm the result.
An official order of finish for race 7, the Bapco Energies Cup. First, number 1, Zagato. Second, number 2, Panning for Gold. Third, the 3, Rayan Poor. Fourth, number 5, Count Rostov. 1, 2, 3 and 5, the numbers still unofficial.
Let's have a word with our winning jockey then, Andrew Breslin. Congratulations. Now, Zagato, a King's Cup winner from a couple of seasons ago. He's a classy horse, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank His Highness Sheikh Sultan and all of the Al Muhammadiyah racing family and Fawzi Nas, because he's a nice horse. We were probably a little bit worried he might need a run, but he galloped here after racing last Friday, and it's just obviously left him spot on.
Your first win back here this season. You were here a couple of years ago. Nice to get on the mark.
I was indeed, yes. And like I say, very grateful to be riding for Al Muhammadiyah Racing this season. They've got a lovely bunch of horses to run, and hopefully we'll be leading owner again.
Well, congratulations with this one then. Nice to see Zagato back here in the winner's enclosure then. King's Cup winner in 2022. And well done to jockey Andrew Breslin.
Yeah, who's more than once, as Ali was referring to there, forged a decent winter career here in Bahrain and wins this valuable prize today on a very willing participant, and I think that was the key.
Yeah, interesting actually what Andrew was saying, that they felt as though this horse might take a step forward and possibly have needed the run. If he does so, then he could well be back to his best. That was a good return performance for sure, and the yard are flying, aren't they? Fawzi Nas has had him in tip-top form for his return, and it's great to see Andrew having a winner on such a big evening.
There you go then, the winner of our 7th race of 8 tonight, Zagato and Andrew Breslin.
So the trophy presentation now for race 7. It is the Bapco Energies Cup, and we welcome Mr. Mark Thomas, Group CEO of Bapco Energies, to present the trophy. Well done, 2 connections of Zagato. In the colours of Al Mohammedia Racing, we welcome up His Highness Sheikh Nada, His Highness Sheikh Ali, and His Highness Sheikh Noor bin Mohammed Al Khalifa to receive the trophy. Well done to trainer Fauzi Nas, represented by his son Abdullah Nas, and well done to jockey Andrew Breslin. Zagato was the winner of the Bapco Energies Cup.
Race 7 was the Bapco Energies Cup. The order of finish 1, 2, 3 and 5. The result is now official. Weighed in, weighed in.
Dusk has fallen here in the Kingdom of Bahrain, and we have the perfect, warm, sultry evening to bring you the race that is now the centerpiece of the Bahrain racing calendar. It's the Bahrain International Trophy. It brings forward a representative field of a dozen from 6 great racing nations.
In the Bahrain International Trophy.
And then the classic winner Mahaba Yassanapi in mid-dip. Less than 800 to go, they're approaching the turn. Behind them Carder, Mahaba Yassanapi now called on. Spirit Dancers on the wide outside.
As we go, Mustang still has the lead, but he's running out as real estate. But on the outside, Royal Julius.
Global Giant and Sovereign right down the outside. Sipsia's flat out in front. It's Global Giant, Franconatori, Sovereign between the pair. Sipsia.
Inside the final 100 metres, and it is Dubai Future who's got the lead, and Dubai Future wins the Bahrain International Trophy.
Gone by a couple of lengths to Isra. It's another big international win for Sir Alex Ferguson. Spirit Dancer wins the Bahrain International Trophy.
The perfect evening, the perfect setting for this country's perfect race. Nick Luck alongside Megan Nichols, bringing you coverage of the Bahrain International. I've never known an atmosphere like it here, Meg, and I think that's because we're running the race under lights for the first time.
Yeah, what a buzz. It's been getting busier throughout the evening. It's absolutely packed here in the beautiful grandstand, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I've never been here before, but my word, I'm impressed.
This is a really interesting race in terms of where it now fits in the firmament of the best international races and why it is working as a Group 2 with aspirations to be a Group or Grade 1 in due course. Between the Breeders' Cup and the Japan Cup, but at a distance shy of those races at 10 furlongs. Still time to get to Hong Kong if you want to, and a gateway to the Gulf's best races during the course of the winter.
Yeah, we often talk about the calendar as having some races that clash, but this fits perfectly, and it is a great stepping stone for races throughout the season and horses continuing their international campaign. As you say, Hong Kong, we often see horses run here and then in the Neom Cup in Saudi as well, and on to Meydan too. So it is the perfect slot, the sort of start of a winter campaign, and it's working well. The field is very decent this year.
It certainly is, and you mentioned Spirit Dancer, last year's winner. He went on and won the Neom Cup in Saudi Arabia. We've got a Breeders' Cup runner-up here in Nation's Pride, a 4-time Group and Grade 1 winner, plus representatives first time transiting from Japan now that transport restrictions have been lifted. We've got a wonderful race for you. It's coming to you at 35 minutes past the hour, 7:35 local time, under the lights. The track looks magnificent. So do our reporting team, headed by Ali Vance, who's with Nick Lightfoot.
Thank you very much, Nick. It is great to be back here. Nick and I were here in March this year for the final fixture of the last season at the King's Cup. But the addition of lights, Nick touched on it. It is absolutely sensational, isn't it? It really adds to the atmosphere.
Totally. It changes it all, and I think there's a real feeling of that as afternoons progress through till evening, you're building up to something. And what we've got today in the 7:35 in the Bahrain International Trophy, you've got the powerhouses of Juddmonte, of Godolphin, of Coolmore. They're all here. Sir Alex Ferguson, they're all here for this.
It certainly is. I mean, when you're putting $1 million up as the prize fund, it's unsurprising that you're going to get world-class horses, but also world-class jockeys. There's a pretty decent weighing room in there this evening.
Yeah, it was a bit of a who's who. I went in just a few moments ago. You got Christoph Sumi, Ryan Moore, William Buick, Jim Crowley. They were all there, all getting ready, weighing out for this huge moment, the 6th running of the big race.
Really looking forward to it. Then the man who's going to be calling it home this evening, let's hand up and say a very good evening to Mark Johnson.
Thanks very much indeed, Ali. Good evening, everyone. Up here in the booth, I've got the best view of this beautiful race course, but the one thing to watch out for here, that this particular 2,000 metres has its own eccentricities, and there's a quite short run to the first turn, so watch out for horses who can brake alertly, maybe towards the inside, and will they use speed to try and hold that position. A long run then down the back straight, and then a very long sweeping turn, which brings them back towards home. They go into that turn with 800 metres or half a mile to run. By the time they exit that turn, they're down to just 2.5 furlongs or 500 metres. After that, it's the run back to the line where it will all happen. Horses have made all to win it. Horses have also come from some way off the pace. A lot of horses' chances are compromised, however, right at the start. Let's go back down paddock side, rejoin Nick.
Yeah, and Mark makes a really interesting point there, and even though it's a fairly sharp bend into a long straight, you don't necessarily want to be drawn right down the inside, as we saw with Spirit Dancer last year from stall 11, and he's drawn the same post again.
Yeah, it can allow, I suppose, your rider a bigger range of options. If you want to switch wide in the home straight and get a clear passage, then you've got that. If you get boxed in down that rail, no one's going to be giving an inch of racing room away. We've got some of the world's best riders here. They're not going to be helping anyone out.
Well, last year, Spirit Dancer helped everyone out. It was such a feel-good story, really bonding that friendship between Sir Alex Ferguson and Jed Mason. In fact, the hug was so big, I think, that Jed broke one of Sir Alex's ribs. Here they are again with Ali.
It certainly was. Incredible scenes we saw in the opening titles, those scenes from 12 months ago. You guys are back to defend your title, and I recognise these suits, Sir Alex.
Yes, last year's.
Why change it? Although maybe some more muted celebrations this time around, Jed. Is it true that you broke Sir Alex's rib in that huge hug?
Well, it was on TV that I gave him that big bear hug, but I do think Abdallah, who was next to me at the time, had the hug straight after. I think he broke his ribs, not me.
Hugely fond memories from 12 months ago. So how is Spirit Dancer heading into this year's race?
Well, I had an injury and didn't run for 6 months, but had a nice operation, it worked, and the horse had a run out in October at the Newmarket. I did okay, and I think hopefully I brought it back to its peak finish for tonight.
Very different expectation levels coming into this year's race. I remember you said after last year's race, Alex, it was your greatest moment in racing. Why was that? Why is this race so important?
Well, the occasion, and when I bred the horse, so to get a victory like that for a horse you've bred is special for me. And Jed's been a great friend of mine and partner in the horse all the way right through. We've had good wins at York, and winning here was really good.
And Jed, you two just seem to love your time in Bahrain as well.
Yeah, but it's fantastic in Bahrain. We've been treated royal, and yeah, everyone's very friendly, and we've been well looked after, and we do like Bahrain. When we said we're going again, Sir Alex and I, great, we're looking forward to it.
Well, let's hope those lucky suits can do you well tonight. Good luck.
Sell it after it.
Thank you.
Well, you can see just how much it means to Sir Alex Ferguson and Jed Mason to be back here in the kingdom. It was a wonderful performance last year from Spirit Dancer. He doesn't come into the race, Megan, in quite such good form, but he was entitled to need that comeback run.
Yeah, he hasn't had the smoothest preparation, as Sir Alex was just referring to there. He had a little bit of a setback, which is not ideal. However, we have seen him back on the track at Newmarket. He possibly got tired that day, and he's very much going to be prepared for tonight. Richard Fahey is happy with how he's training.
A lot of international visitors here from far and wide, all congregating in this paddock here ahead of the Bahrain International. And in point of fact, Jed Mason's already had a winner today. Had a winner at Cheltenham Racecourse over jumps in England. And Jed and Sir Alex will team up with one of their favourite jumps horses, Protector, out tomorrow. So it could be an amazing weekend for them.
It is. It's a weekend full of runners and talented ones for Sir Alex and Jed. So the fact that they've already had a winner this afternoon back in the UK will mean an awful lot. So celebrations will probably already be on their way, but this is the one they really want.
Now, for all there was disappointment for Japan at the recent Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, going 0 for 19, there's every reason to respect them wherever they go, particularly in this part of the world, as we've seen in Saudi Arabia and in Dubai in recent seasons. This is the first time we've had horses transiting directly from Japan to the Bahrain International, as transport restrictions have been lifted, and the two horses are pretty significant ones as well. Most pertinently, a horse called Killer Ability, Megan.
Yeah, for sure. He looks the stronger of the two Japanese contenders. He was a Group 1 winner as a 2-year-old. He was second behind Spirit Dancer in last year's Beyon Cup over in Saudi. So if he can repeat that run, he has to have a massive chance. And look, how strong are Japan now? They come over all over the world. They're competitive the whole time. And I'm sure they want to be taking home the Bahrain International Trophy with them this evening.
And I think there's every possibility that Killer Abilities Connections will believe that they can reverse the form from Saudi Arabia because he's now going right-handed, which I think he prefers.
Yeah, and you know, Oisin Murphy has built up a relationship with Connections. He's here for the ride tonight. I mean, he's a jockey who's had winners at the top level all over the world. So the fact that he's here trying to get his first victory in the race is massive. And I just think this horse, he's got a good cruising speed. He's drawn 9. Don't mind that. Could be one to keep an eye on.
It was a great afternoon last year for the Bahrain International. It's a wonderful evening this time. This race course, the Bahrain Turf Cup, bathed in lights, and we're going to light you up with a wonderful edition of the feature race in just a few moments. Welcome back. We are trackside here ahead of the Bahrain International Trophy 2024. As we said a few moments ago, there are 6 nations represented in this year's event. The French won the first ever running of this with Royal Julius in 2019. They've got good claims of doing it again. Caliph is one runner. Another one is the mare Andromede, who's trained by a man who has had a sensational season with horses like Calandagan and Goliath. His name is Francis Graffard, and he's been talking to Tom Bull.
Let's talk Bahrain, because you're about to go there, aren't you, to see Andromede run in the International Trophy. She's improved a lot, hasn't she, in the last couple of seasons. How do you assess your chance with her?
She's a nice filly. I always liked her. We were pleased that she won a Group 3 at Chantilly. We gave her a break this summer. She had very tough races in the spring. And then I thought she was going to struggle on Arc Weekend on the soft ground, and she ran blinder. And the filly is really going like this, because we respected her. So it was a shame to stop on that performance. So I looked into different options, and obviously the Breeders' Cup would have been an option, but it was, on the fillies and mare was 11 furlong, and I think that's too far. So she was invited in Bahrain. We give it a go. She's in top form. She can quicken. Christophe knows her well now. So if she has a clear run. I think she can be competitive, but I think the race is quite strong this year, so we will see. We don't have much to lose.
You go to Bahrain to ride Andromeda in the International Trophy. What kind of a chance do you think she's got?
It's the first time she's gonna go for that distance, so that's a little bit of the thing that we don't really know. But she ran really well last time out. She finished second very strongly. I was very happy with her. So yeah, it's a very open race. I just hope we're gonna have a good draw and a nice run in the race, and she should run well.
She seems to be improving at the moment.
Yeah, listen, it's the end of the season. She look in great shape. The last 2 runs she did with me are great, a win and a second. I think she's able to run a good race again. Let's see what's going to happen Friday, but I'm quite confident too.
What is it about the test of the race and the conditions out in Bahrain that you think will suit her?
No, definitely the fast ground. This one is a 10 furlong. She's been very competitive over 9 furlong and a mile, obviously, but Christophe will manage that.
Is it a race that you've had in mind for her for a long time?
No, not at all.
Oh, really?
No. I wanted to win the Bertrand Tarragon at Chantilly because she needed to win a Group 3, which she did, and then we planned it like that. I didn't want to go to the Relais Mile on the Sun Chariot because I've been too unlucky there. Yeah, and this race arrived because I wanted to run her one more time before she goes to stud. But she's in very good form, so I'm happy. I can't wait to go and see her.
And are you quite confident she'll go close in the race?
Hopefully, if she runs her best, she can be competitive. But I haven't really studied the form very strongly, so it all depends if she settles and she can stay the trip. But hopefully she can be competitive.
Well, there are 3 Group 1 winners amongst the field of 12, and one of them is Nation's Pride, who'll be ridden by William Buick, a 4-time Group 1 winner, Nation's Pride. He ran in the race last year, but arguably he's had a better run into this year's race, a bit more of a break before coming out here.
Yeah, exactly. He's had a real good season in America, and obviously winning the Arlington Million in August. So look, obviously he ran in the race last year where he didn't quite run up to his best form. So fingers crossed he can do that tonight.
Happy with the draw in 8?
Yeah, it's a good neutral draw. One thing Nation's Pride is he's a very straightforward horse who can adapt to any sort of scenario, really.
I mean, he's bringing this Group 1 form into the race. He should be the one to build.
I think it's a deep race this year. Yeah, it's a good race. It's getting better every year. You have the 3-year-old in lead artist, so he's an up-and-coming, improving horse. So we respect all the opposition.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Of course, was successful at the Breeders' Cup meeting this year with Rebels Romance. Rebels Romance, the horse who beat Nation's Pride in the Breeders' Cup turf 2 years ago. Nation's Pride with a better preparation into today's Bahrain International. He has to be one of the names at the forefront of your mind. Let's check out the dozen with Mark Johnson.
Number 1 is Alf Layla. This 7 times winner is trained in the UK by Owen Burrows. The mount today of Jim Crowley. Number 2 is Caliph, representing France, a Group 1 winner in Germany in July, the mount today of Adré de Vries. Number 3, the locally trained Go Imon, a 3 times winner out on the turf here in Bahrain, the mount of Ibrahim Nada. Representing Japan is number 4, Killer Ability, a Group 1 winner in Japan as a 2-year-old, and the mount of Asheen Murphy. Number 5 is Nation's Pride, 7th in this race last year, but a 4 times Group or Grade 1 winner, the mount of William Buick. Number 6 is Point Lonsdale, 3rd in this race last year. He's a 6 times Group or listed winner, representing Aidan O'Brien and Ryan Moore. Number 7 is Sovereign Spirit, the winner of the course and distance Bahrain Gold Cup last season, at the mount of Sufyan Sadi. Number 8 is the reigning champion, Spirit Dancer. Last year's winner is trained by Richard Fahy and ridden by Asheen Orr. Number 9, representing Japan, is Yamin Simpa, ridden by Tessai Dano, a 3 times winner in Japan. The local hope for Young Ireland, number 10, who began his career in Ireland. He's ridden by David Lishka. Number 11, the 3-year-old lead artist, trained by John and Thady Gosden, who've had the runner-up in this race on 3 occasions. Kieran Schumart rides. And rounding out the field is the only mare, that is Andromeda, number 12, ridden by Christophe Soumillon.
Yeah, you just get a feeling that the French have got a strong hand again with Caliph and Andromede. We're just casting our eye over one or two of the horses in the paddock, Megan, and you just said to me, Al Fleila looks outstanding.
Wow. I think that's the best I've ever seen him look. He's carrying so much muscle. He looks incredible in his coat. He's got that red hood on, which is usual. That will come off down at the start to keep him nice and relaxed. Quite a keen going horse, has the ring bit on, but all the usual equipment, and he's looking exceptional.
He does, and the significance here, Owen Burrows, who's developing such a reputation for keeping these older horses sweet and in training and doing well. King George winner Hookham a few years ago, Champion Stakes winner Anmart, huge odds this year, winner at the Breeders' Cup Festival. He's a coming force on the international stage.
Definitely, and no one can get a horse back to their best anywhere like Owen can. He's exceptional at it. This horse had an injury a couple of years ago, but he's returned to the track better than ever and arguably still improving.
Number 2 here is Caliph. We're going to try and find him for you. He's trained in France by Carlos and Jan Lerner. They've had a very good season. Caliph runs in the victorious Racing Silks, who were successful in this race with Simsia in 2020. Adrie de Vries rides.
Yeah, slightly different model. He's a bit taller, a bit leaner. He's got that visor on as we would expect, just to get the best out of him, make him concentrate. Again, looking well in his coat. And yeah, I mean, these floodlights on their back, really gleaming, isn't it? It's amazing to see.
That is Caliph then. 2 handlers. Looks keen to get on with things. Really good second in the Neom Turf Cup behind Spirit Dancer in Saudi Arabia last February. Here's Go Amon. He's by the same sire as Al Fleila, Dark Angel, who's going to be champion sire in the UK this season, thanks largely to the exploits of Charin, who runs in the championship mile at Kyoto at the weekend. Here's Go Amon for Abraham Nader and Haida Abraham. Big local hope.
Well, you can't miss him, can you? He's certainly flashy. He's a gorgeous, strong son of Dark Angel. Locally trained, as you say. He's effective between the mile 1 and the mile 3. The stronger they go, the better for this horse.
You'd think similar comments would apply to Killer Ability?
Definitely, yeah, as we were saying, he's going to be happier going right-handed here this evening. He's got that hood on, which is a usual 2 handlers for him to keep him nice and relaxed. So far, so good. Another. He's looking good in the prelims.
Now, Nation's Pride appears to be the professional's choice. All those who've seen them on the track, in track work this week, saying how impressive this horse is relative to last year.
He's fresher, a different campaign, a different route into this year's race. He's a bit more short-coupled, he's quite a burly type of horse, but he looks great. Again, red hood on, just keeping him nice and calm. You can see he's getting a little bit sweaty in between his hind legs there, but at the moment, he's fine.
So from Godolphin, one of the world's great superpower ownership groups, to another, the Coolmore Partners represented by Point Lonsdale, who ran a fine race in this last year.
He did, but he's been running over further, so returning down in trick with headgear back on. Now, Point Lonsdale, clearly an exceptionally talented horse. He's going to have to step it up, and he's going to have to be ridden, I imagine, to try and stretch the field. He's got the stamina.
Yeah, he's been running over much longer distances for most of this season. He won the Ormond Stakes at Chester earlier in the season over 1 mile and 5 furlongs. He really will need to get on with it here. At this point, Lonsdale looks well. He's a brother to Broome, who won the Dubai Gold Cup a few years ago as well. 7 is Sovereign Spirit, another local horse.
Yeah, a course and distance Gold Cup win for this horse last year, and Jabba Ramdan is pretty positive about this horse's chances. He's one that's getting a little bit warm. You can see the lip chain on. He's quite a highly strung type of horse, so keep an eye on that. We don't want him to boil over.
Now, how does the defending champion Spirit Dancer look? Trying to carve out his own piece of history as the first dual winner of this race.
Well, he looks alive and well, doesn't he? Look at him. He's raring to go, on his toes, but yeah, he looks great. He certainly looks fitter than he did at Newmarket. You can see he's tucked up a good bit for that run.
Yeah, he'll need to be. 9 is the second of the Japanese runners. The jockey's already on. Taisei Dano will head back to ride in Kyoto at the weekend after this. This is Yamadin Simpa.
I think he's going to need a career best. He's a horse that seems to finish quite well, so the longer straight will certainly suit him. He looks great. Another standout grey. You won't be able to miss him in the field.
10 is Young Ireland. Was with Jim Bolger in Ireland and is now trained locally by Jabba Ramadan, who's got 2 in the race. And you rather felt at the post position draw the other day that he felt this was the better of his 2.
Yeah, and probably I imagine we weren't really expecting that. This horse must be training very well. He's raring to go, that's for sure, on his toes. Again, another local trained horse. He knows where he is, and he's going to be happy once he's out on the track, getting a little bit worked up.
Now, John and Thady Gosden, co-trainers in Newmarket, they've been second in this race 3 times with Turgenev, Global Giant and Isra. This is Lead Artist. He's a very, very exciting young talent.
Yeah, the only 3-year-old in the field, but physically he doesn't look it, does he? He's a big, strong colt. He's quite imposing. He's carried his condition well. He's getting a little bit edgy as some of them file out onto the track. We don't want him to boil over. It's a big occasion for him as a 3-year-old.
Just keep your eyes on Lead Artist. Just getting a little worked up. Kieran Schumacher knows this course very well, the Gosden stable jockey. He rode here for a number of years. And at the very back, you can see the stars on the body of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Thani's Al Shahania Farms, Andromede. This is Christophe Soumillon for Francis-Henri Graffal. What a season that the yard has had.
Absolutely unbelievable. You know, winning the King George over at Ascot. He's had multiple Group 1 winners this season. Now, this mare is getting pretty edgy. She has got the hood on. She's quite highly strung anyway. She is not helping Lead Artist in front. I think she's the reason he's probably getting quite wound up. Once she's out on the track, she will relax better, but it's not the best signs to see in the paddock beforehand.
Indeed, not particularly given the fact that the question with Andromede is, will she stay this 2,000 metres, this 1.25 miles, this 1 mile and 2 furlongs? Just give you a slightly better shot of Lead Artist. Now, when this horse won at Glorious Goodwood this year, he looked a Group 1 horse all over. Now, they've taken the red hood off him here, Megan.
Yeah, so just for the paddock to keep him relaxed, but I genuinely think he's getting wound up and wanting to go forward because Andromede is pretty buzzy in behind him. It's not helping, but now Kieran's on. He'll give a Lead Artist a bit of space, cantering down to the start.
Well, this has been a real quest winning this race for Thady Gosden, co-trainer of Lead Artist, and he's with Ali.
Yeah, Thady, a lot of these horses in this race and real seasoned travellers, a lot older than Lead Artist. How's yours coped with the travel and the atmosphere here this evening?
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, he's the youngest horse in the race, only being a 3-year-old. It's his first time abroad, but he's taken it all well. The facilities here are fantastic, and he seems to be enjoying himself.
As Nick mentioned, not to rub it in, 3 seconds in this race so far. How does Lead Artist compare to those others that you brought over?
Well, you know, he's a slightly different type of horse. He's obviously much less exposed. Of course, it's Prince Khalid and his family's first runner in Bahrain, and hopefully he can give a good show.
And why is this race so important to Team Gosden? Why do you want this one on the CV?
Well, you know, obviously it's the racing Bahrain is on strength to strength for the last few years. This is the strongest field we've had here. It's, you know, essentially a Group 1 on paper, and it's a fantastic race that everyone wants to win.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Right, this is the moment of truth, or very fast approaching. Horses just behind me at the 2,000 metre start. One by one they came down. Spirit Dancer, here we go, just with the white stars on the sleeves. That was the first horse to come down and has taken everything in his stride like an old pro, and he's followed through by Khalif in the victorious colours. And you'll see there, that is Ryan Moore on Point Lonsdale, who bids to go 2 better this time around. The only other time he wore cheap pieces in his career was when he was sent forward early doors in this race to finish 3rd last year. They're back on for the first time since. Nice and calm down to post. That was the way that the horse in blue, as you can see there, number 5, Nation's Pride, took his way down. Lead Artist, we'll find him in a moment, because horse number 11, who's just at the back of this string over there, if we can just go to the left, and just there, just taking a little pull backwards. He's got a bit agitated. He's warm under the saddle, just further back, in between the blue and the, there you go, in the rooted at the background. That is Lead Artist. And hopefully he hasn't overdone things, because he has got a bit warm beforehand. He was taking a bit more of a blow on the way down than maybe 1 or 2 of these were doing, but hopefully nothing that's going to count against him in the race itself. Have a look at the French runner here, one of, in the red hood. There's Andromede under Christophe Soumillon. And that is a look at a number of the runners, including Al Flayler, just in front here. In the blue and white, Jim Crowley there. Megan was saying, Nick, that the horse looks an absolute stunner, and when you get up close and personal like I have, I fully agree.
Nick Lightfoot, thank you very much. And you can tell the old pros here, can't you? Al Flayler, super relaxed. Point Lonsdale walking around like an old sheep. Nation's Pride likewise, he's been everywhere.
Yeah, well, they've got experience travelling as well and in these big atmospheres in the prelims too, and that's what can get the better of some of the younger horses. Now, I actually am happier seeing Lead Artist down at the start than I was in the paddock beforehand. He looks more relaxed now that he's out the way and following around nicely. Al Flayler, 100% the paddock pick for me. He stood out so well, and I'm glad Nick was agreeing down at the start.
Who's going to drive forward here apart from Point Lonsdale and Ryan Moore?
He has to be the pace angle. He's going to want to stretch it. Now, Andromed, how are they going to ride her? She's going to have to stay. She's drawn 3. Christophe Soumillon's not going to want to get too far back.
All right, let's head to Ali.
Well, owner Ibrahim Alafou's got 2 runners in the race, Sovereign Spirit and Young Island. Ibrahim, from a local perspective, how important is it having a race of this calibre as part of the calendar?
Well, I mean, it's a very great chance for us to have an achievement to get into this race. And you wait, you know, so like I said, it's a lifetime to have a couple of horses in it and a chance with such a strong field.
Yeah, this is the first time that you've had one of your horses in the big race, and I know you have a lot of horses out in training over here. How much of a personal milestone is it to be part of this race?
Oh, it's very big. It's very big. I mean, to have a chance against, you know, one of the best, well, all the best horses in the world with a Group 2 chance, I mean, it's fantastic. Let's just hope that we can do something.
Can you spring a surprise, and if so, which one of your pair?
I think I'll leave it to the race to talk.
Well, good luck.
Okay.
Best of luck to all the local hopefuls here in this Bahrain International Trophy. Simsia, the only previous locally trained winner in the 5 editions of this race. Fauzi Nas in those victorious colours that are sported today by Adrie de Vries on the Carlos and Jan Lerner trained Caliph. Caliph's another one that will not want this to be a dawdle, Megan Nichols, a horse who won a Group 1 over 1.5 miles in Munich.
Yeah, I think he's going to be ridden very prominently. He's drawn next to Point Lonsdale as well. Maybe the 2 of them from 5 and 6 will go forward and set a nice even pace. He ran very well in the Prix-Dollar last time too, so he's a horse coming into this race probably in better form than last year.
Let's assess the possibility of a Japanese winner here. I think Killer Ability is the more compelling of their 2. Yamanin Simpa's very lightly raced for a 6-year-old.
He is lightly raced. He's probably not competed at the top level over in Japan, and I would agree. I think Killer Ability is the one that's got the proven group form. He was obviously second behind Spirit Dancer in the Beyon Cup in Saudi last year. He's got a good cruising speed, and Oisin Murphy should be able to hold his position well on Killer Ability.
I mentioned that Taisei Dano, the young Japanese rider, he'll be back off to Kyoto at the weekend to ride in the championship mile there, as will Ryan Moore, who has the ride on Sharin, world champion turf miler elect at the weekend. William Buick is also off to Japan after this. He's got a ride on Juretza, the horse who finished 5th in the Juddmonte International. He'll be riding that horse in the Japan Cup. Of course, Ryan Moore will be riding Auguste Rodin in the Japan Cup. So it's a really intriguing part of the international season, and this just fits perfectly within it.
Yeah, it does. It slots in nicely. You know, the 10 furlongs is the ideal trip at this time of the year, and you know, Point Lonsdale, as we were mentioning, has been running over much further. It's interesting that the team have decided to come back here, dropping back down a trip with the cheek pieces reapplied. Aidan O'Brien, 22 Group 1 winners in 2024 so far. What a phenomenal year it's been for them.
Another extraordinary year for Ballydoyle and Aidan O'Brien, who are always keen to support this race. Yet to win it, however. Godolphin have just the 1 win in the race, and that came from the other branch of the stable. Saeed bin Surur trained the winner of the race 2 years ago. And when you watch last year's race back, you remember just how impressive Spirit Dancer was.
He quickened past the field with such ease, and it was just smooth. And amazingly, he's coming out the same draw. Stall 11 once again. Ushinor and Richard Farr, he won't be remotely worried about that. He'll be ridden with similar tactics, take their time a little bit and try and pounce late on and use that turn of foot that he has.
In goes the mare Andromede, bidding to become the first female to win this race. In shot there, Sovereign Spirit, one of a strong-looking home contingent, just giving Sufyan Sadi just a few anxious moments. One of the Japanese contenders, Yamanin Simpa, goes in, waiting for countrymate Killer Ability. Could Japan have their first in this race? Lead Artist looks to become the first 3-year-old. An awful lot of horses here trying to break new ground in the Bahrain International Trophy. Might Spirit Dancer repeat the heroics of 2023 and give Sir Alex Ferguson another broken rib? Last few coming forward for the Bahrain International Trophy, 2,000 metres. The voice of the Bahrain International is Mark Johnson.
Thanks, Nick. Al Flayler, 7 times career winner, about to move forward. Jim Crowley going into stall 10. Caliph, Group 1 winner from Munich in the summer, goes forward. The Arlington Million winner, Nation's Pride, goes in with William Buick into stall number 8. This field loading quickly. Next one to go in will be Sovereign Spirit. 3 back. Lead Artist and Killer Ability will be the last 2. A little bit of movement in the stalls. Getting a little restless on the wide outside, Sovereign Spirit in gate number 12. As Lead Artist, the 3-year-old, about to move forward into stall 2 with Kieran Schumacher. Moving forward now, Killer Ability, the only other one still left out of line. Killer Ability and Oisin Murphy going into stall number 9 to complete the line for the Bahrain International Trophy. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Bahrain International Trophy. A very alert beginning by Spirit Dancer on the outside. He won the break, however he's taken back. And now being ridden to go forward is Point Lonsdale, but he can't get the lead. And now going clear and crossing to the inside is Sovereign Spirit, as already they go into the first turn. It's Sovereign Spirit who has got the lead. His stablemate, Young Island, around the outside. Point Lonsdale, aggressively ridden by Ryan Moore to go forward, but at the moment sitting between rivals and in third. There's a break then of some 4 lengths back to Lead Artist, who has got a beautiful position, racing in 4th position. Then towards the outside is Nation's Pride. He's racing just in advance of the mare, Andromed. Then towards the inner is Goemon, who races in advance of Yamamin Simpa. Next in the field is last year's winner, Spirit Dancer, who has taken right back, having broken alertly. Al Flayler is sitting chilly towards the rear of the field together with Caliph as they go towards halfway in the 6th running of the Bahrain International Trophy. And on the inside, Sovereign Spirit and Sofian Sadi. To the outside, Point Lonsdale and Ryan Moore are the first 2. Lead Artist and Kieran Schumacher travel well in third. They're only 2 lengths off the dueling leaders. Nation's Pride and William Buick now around the outside, ridden along. Andromed now between rivals. Then Goemon towards the inside. Spirit Dancer angles out wide, travels well. In his slipstream is Al Flayler. They're down the home straight with just 400 to go. Point Lonsdale wrestles the lead away from the long-time leader, Sovereign Spirit. But now it is Lead Artist, and Lead Artist strikes and goes for home. Spirit Dancer down the outside. 2 lengths to find. Andromed and Caliph next. Down towards the final 150. Lead Artist has the lead by only a head. Here is Spirit Dancer down the wide outside. Now a 2 times winner of the Bahrain International Trophy. Oisin and Spirit Dancer win over Lead Artist, Caliph, then Al Flayler and Andromed.
Wild scenes here at the Bahrain Turf Club. He was good last year, he was great this year. Spirit Dancer is a dual winner of Bahrain's biggest race. Sir Alex Ferguson, Jed Mason, Peter Doan, Richard Fahey, Oisin Orr take a bow, particularly the rider who was cool as you like and ran down a real talented Lead Artist. Heartbreak for the Gosden, second in this race for the 4th time, but winning at the double. Spirit Dancer, a better race this year, a better horse to chase down, a lightly raced improving 3-year-old in front of him, but lion-hearted Spirit Dancer did it again.
Unbelievable. Richard Fahey, he needs so much credit for this, to get the horse back from injury at his very best. That was unbelievable. The scenes are incredible down in the winning connections.
And Ali Vance is right down in the thick of it.
This scenes, this horse, guys, I think, don't swear please, Jed, because I just know how much that meant to the team, those celebrations. Alex, wow.
Oh, unbelievable. I mean, it's so far back, I'm saying, it's not going to do it. And then I don't know where they got it from.
Same draw, same suit.
Fantastic, and the jockey, fantastic jockey.
He loves it here, doesn't he?
He does, and you think lightning won't strike twice, but it has today, and yeah, fantastic feat what Richard and the team back home have done. Credit to them to getting him back from his injury. Fantastic, and they so happy for this fella who bred him. And last year it was a bit of a tonic when sadly lost Lady Cathy, who you said who rode it last time. I think she rode it again.
It certainly did. But you know, Sir Alex, last year the horse was well clear. This year, the way he did it, what was that feeling like?
So I mean, he said to, I think, something about 4 lengths to catch the winning horse, and it got there. Oh, it was fantastic. I'm really proud of it. Proud of the jockey because he sat motionless. He didn't panic at all, you know.
Cool on Luke.
Last year you said this was the greatest moment in racing. How does this one compare?
Pardon?
Last year you said this was your greatest moment in horse racing. How does this year compare?
100%. It's my second most.
We'll take that.
Fantastic, thank you very much.
Well done, guys.
Lovely, thanks.
So, thank you very much.
Sir Alex Ferguson, true sporting legend. Jed Mason, one of his great friends for so many years. I think the shared experience is such a big part of this. The homebred aspect of it, such a big part of it. And of course, what this horse has done for Sir Alex after what's been a really tough couple of years. A sheen or in those red and white colours coming into the winner's enclosure. Mark has the official result.
Result now of race 8, the Group 2 Bahrain International Trophy. First, number 8, Spirit Dancer. Second, number 11, Lead Artist. Third, number 2, Caliph. Fourth horse, number 1, Al Flayla. Fifth horse was number 12, Andromed. 8, 11, 2, 1 were the numbers, still unofficial.
Getting a wonderful round of applause from the crowd here. Spirit Dancer. And I've never heard this place as wild as it was. And a lot of really young racegoers as well, just right by where we're sitting here, Megs.
I suppose that they're following this horse from last year. To see him back winning again, it's just phenomenal. You know, Richard Fahy and the team have done such an exceptional job to get this horse back better than ever, and to be able to repeat from the same draw, the same ride, it's absolutely phenomenal.
And it opens up the gateway to a wonderful winter for him as well. I'm sure he will take in a race in Dubai en route to trying to win the Neon Cup again. I must confess, I'd be tempted by giving him a spin in the Saudi Cup itself.
Well, you never know. Sir Alex isn't afraid to take a risk and do something different. So it'd be interesting to see what connections think and what the plan will be. But they'll want to soak this up.
Ecstasy for Sir Alex Ferguson, Richard Fahy, Sheen or agony once again for Team Gosden. Lead Artist has gone out on his shield, and Thady is with Nick Lightfoot.
Yeah, he is, and I know so much has been made of the fact that the horses from Clarehaven, they come here and run so well, but that one beats them every time. It's happened again. Thady, congratulations in one way, but commiserations in another. He has run a huge race.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, he's run a very good race there. Travelled well through it. Hit the front, and it's a good show for him. He's only a 3-year-old, as we know. It's a brave decision by Prince Khaled's family to bring him here, and hopefully he'll travel the world for it. But just many congratulations to Spirit Dancer, his owners, and Richard Fahy and Oshino. Fantastic story. He's a brilliant horse, and what a result.
Magnanimous as ever in defeat. And as you quite rightly said, his career only began a few months ago. These are battle-hardened international horses he's gone against.
Yeah, exactly. He's still a young horse. He's unexposed. He'll have learned plenty from coming out here, and hopefully he can show that next season.
5th time lucky, you'll be back next year.
Thanks. All the best.
Lady, thank you.
And we can pick it up at the 400-metre pole where Kieran Schumacher commits on Lead Artist, confident in his stamina after that victory at Newmarket. But the petrol gauge just runs empty, and Ashinor just saves Spirit Dancer for one lunge at him.
I think Ashinor has travelled down the exact same strip of grass that he did 12 months ago, and he had Lead Artist there to aim at. He's challenged late on, as you say, and look, he's so strong to the line, this horse. It's an unbelievable performance. The pace was perfect for him and he settled beautifully into the race.
Huge performance from Caliph in third, given how badly he missed the break. He's run on really well. Al Fleiler's run with credit. Andromeda's run well, considering how much she did before the race.
Yeah, she was pretty keen as well. When we watch her back, she probably over-travelled a bit. Caliph is the one that was the eye-catcher. He had to take the brave man's route from a slow start, not how he wanted to be ridden, but it's worked out nicely and he's ran extremely well into the places.
Richard Fahey has produced this horse quite superbly today, because he had an interrupted start to the summer, off with an injury, came back at Newmarket to put him spot on for this. He didn't run terribly well, but he said, look, I just needed to get him on a racecourse to get his track craft back where I wanted it to be and to sharpen him up and get him fitter, and he's produced him here perfectly.
Yeah, and he looked so much fitter. It was like seeing a different horse in the prelims today. It's the way he travelled into it with such ease.
Big disappointment with the race was Nation's Pride again. He clearly just doesn't have a fondness for this race for whatever reason. Point Lonsdale, he just doesn't have the speed for 10 furlongs.
He was struggling early to hold his position. Ryan Moore had to be very positive out the stalls in the first furlong or two to get handy and make sure it was a relentless gallop. But it suited Spirit Dancer, who I think broke quickest out of the gates. Rashid had to actually really rein him back to get that position towards the rear of the field and settle him into it. But he did absolutely beautifully.
Spirit Dancer is the winner of the Bahrain International. More to follow right after this.
Race 8, the Bahrain International Trophy, is now official. Weighed in, weighed in.
So Spirit Dancer becomes the first horse to be a dual winner of the Bahrain International Trophy, guided again very well by Asheen. Or Asheen, you just told me you said that was easy, really?
Well, look, it felt that way. I suppose we had the same draws last year, and tactics were very much the same. We went to good on a scallop. I was able to take my time, and we've come with one run up the outside.
Last year he had troubled prep when he was here in Bahrain, but he had a better summer and season. So how confident were you heading into this race compared to 12 months ago?
Well, on his work at home, he'd been as good as ever, and obviously he only had one run before today. So, but look, he's come and done it again. It's great.
And that victory just as satisfying?
Yeah, definitely, if not more.
Trophy presentation time. Thank you very much to Asheen, and I think we can have a bit of reaction now from the winning trainer.
And the presentation is taking place as we speak. His Highness, Their Highness is presenting the Bahrain International Trophy to the delighted winning owners Jed Mason and Sir Alex Ferguson and trainer Richard Fahy. And here he comes, the man who has delivered a picture-perfect ride once again on Spirit Dancer for the second consecutive year. Congratulate Asheen Orr. Wonderful race, wonderful performance. The strongest edition yet of the Bahrain International, with a tough, battle-hardened warrior scything down an exciting young 3-year-old, and a real globe-trotter adding ballast in third. Another glorious sporting moment for Sir Alex Ferguson and Jed Mason. So Spirit Dancer is the winner. And in a moment, we'll be able to hear from the winning trainer, Richard Fahy, who's receiving congratulations all round. And in amongst those congratulating Mr. Fahy will be Ali Vance. And I think we can head to Ali now. She's got Richard.
Deep breath, Richard. Can you believe that just happened again?
I can't really. Well, I can. The horse was in great form and he loves the place. Horses for courses, he seems to love this place, and the trip is ideal. But it was a different race to watch this year. I thought, well, 3 down, I thought, well, he trots up. And then the second horse kicked and went clear, and I thought, well, he's struggling to get by him here. And I was sort of stood with Charlie Appleby. I thought, God, he's run a good race. He's finished second in the last 100 yards. I mean, I did shout him home. It was wonderful. Great race. Great race for us to watch anyway. Maybe not for the second.
What a horse, what a heart he had. As you said, a furlong out, you didn't think he was going to get past lead artist.
No, he dug deep and had a good go and got the train out of the trouble. So,
how satisfying on a personal level is another victory in this race? The first horse to win 2 Bahrain International trophies.
It's exceptional for us now. Well, it is for me. What I do like is how much enjoyment Jed and Sir Alex have, and Peter Dunn. They've been extremely successful men. And to see the enjoyment they get is unbelievable. And I'm with them this year now. I'm really excited. It's fantastic.
He likes it here, but he also likes it in the Middle East, Spirit Dancer. I'm sure you've plotted a plan of where you're going to be going next.
Yeah, I wanted to see how he was after this race. I haven't drawn a line through going to Hong Kong. All his paperwork's in place, and he gets back on the 20th, due to fly on the 29th. I'll be looking for a reason not to send him. I want to go, so we'll see. It's only early season for him. He's only his second run this year, so we've sort of planned this. And anyway, the first one, the most important one's done. So what happens after this is a bonus.
Well, plenty of celebrations first before worrying about the next run. Well done to Richard.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very interesting comments there from Richard Fahy, suggesting, Megan, that maybe Hong Kong might be on the agenda for this horse, presumably the Hong Kong Cup over a mile and a quarter.
Well, yeah, it was mentioned before, wasn't it? But I suppose they wanted to see a performance like this tonight, and they got it. So hopefully he comes out of it well, and it would be amazing if he could go to Hong Kong, then back to Saudi, and continue that international campaign.
Your heart really does break for the Gosdens and Kieran Schumacher, but I think in lead artist, they've got a horse who will be winning major Group 1 races next year.
Yeah, he's a 3-year-old that's still learning, and this was a big occasion for him. I thought he got a little bit worked up beforehand, but he's ran a huge race, and he's exciting. As a 4-year-old, he can progress even further.
And I know, we want this race to be better and better with each passing year, but it is happening, it is building. We've got a horse of huge courage beating a horse of conspicuous promise and talent. Ali, did you enjoy it?
Over. It was unbelievable when I was standing right next to Sir Alex and Jed, and as Richard Fahy said, a furlong out, you thought, is he going to get it? Is he going to reel him in? And just the difference from last year, the way the race was won, it just that excitement level was just another sort of took. The roof was lifted, wasn't it? And the fact that he did it again.
Yeah, I was interested, Nick. You were down at the start before the race. The extent to which lead artist might have just run his race a little bit beforehand.
He was the one that was breathing by far the heaviest. I think he's run a huge race, come what may, hasn't he? Thady Gosden got the idea that he will be a hell of a mile and a quarter horse for next year.
Breathing heavier than you after trying to navigate this paddock.
20 metres is a long way.
It surely is. As far as the winner's concerned, Spirit Dancer, Hong Kong possibly next, then Dubai, then maybe Saudi Arabia as well. This horse is already chiselled his way into the affections of a lot of racing fans. He's having actually quite a significant impact on the global stage now.
Yeah, and he was so good in Saudi, back in February, so I guess, as you said, it sort of writes itself where the campaign might just take him.
And you know what, with seeing the scenes here in the winners' enclosure, he's going to be getting invites from all over the world, isn't he, to come and race, bring connections, enjoy it, because we talk about the calibre of horses in the race, calibre of jockeys in the race, but the impact globally of racing. Last year, I think the winning scenes were on the front pages of newspapers around the world. Is that going to happen again? But it's a hugely important part of racing and promoting it.
Yeah, I mean, the human story here is incalculable. Brilliant ride from Asheen Orr as well, whose part in it tends to get rather underwritten.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he's worked as hard with the team to get this horse back. He's been here, obviously having a season in Bahrain as well. But I think every morning on the track, getting to know him, having a relationship with the horse over the past couple of seasons has been a huge part of getting him back to his best after injury. So they've been positive about how he's trained. He looked a different horse in the paddock beforehand, but until we see it, you almost don't really know if you believe it. But they were absolutely right and
Totally.
incredible.
And actually, with the human element, if they do come back in 12 months and, you know, you can do the footballing parlance, Sir Alex looking for a hat-trick, it sort of writes itself next time around as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, Spirit Dancer will be back here next year for the Bahrain International Trophy. After all, why not? He loves it here as he loves it just about everywhere else. Ali, thank you so much for your company once again this week. I know you've got the Bahrain Turf Series to enjoy for the rest of the season.
Yeah, it kicks off on the 20th of December, runs right through to March, and with these lights we're running in the evening as well. We've got a few two-day fixtures, so they've shaken up the fixture list a bit, hoping really to kind of create a bit more narrative throughout the season, taking in those big races like the King's Cup and Crown Prince's Cup.
We will see you again as Spirit Dancer tries to make it a hat-trick in 25. Bye for now.